pushing their older calves away and getting really angry. And this poor little thing at 3 years old has absolutely no idea what to do or what it's done, and stands there looking very forlorn and very, very confused. But luckily for them, they're quite social creatures, and despite their reputation, especially white rhinoceros, although black rhinoceros are as well, even though they've always had a reputation for being grumpy and solitary and just generally unpleasant creatures. And so what will often happen with the young calf that's then been pushed away from mom is that it will head off and find often a sibling, but if it can't find a sibling, just another young rhino, and they'll hang out together for a bit, forming what is known as a crash of rhino, which I think is such a perfect description, especially when they go dashing off through the vegetation. And they're very short-sighted, even more so than elephants, but with very, very good sense of smell and hearing. Now, Jackie, you were wondering whether or not the rhino have any special ways of coping with the drought in the way that some of the other animals do. In general, black rhino tend to be slightly more resilient to arid conditions, to dry conditions, than white rhinoceros, and they have highly concentrated urine. So essentially within their kidneys, for those of you familiar with anatomy, the loop of Henle, where most of the water reabsorption occurs in the kidney, in each of the, they're called nephrons, is quite a lot more extended than, for example, ours is. So yes, black rhino, white rhinoceros are water dependent, they'll drink every day. The biggest difficulty with the drought has actually been food and access to food, and in that sense there's not terribly much that they can do about it. The white rhinoceros are bulk grazers like our zebra and our buffalo, and as a result they have struggled in terms of meeting their nutritional needs. Black rhino, on the other hand, they're browsers. Like the elephants, they can actually utilize the resources that the trees have to offer. They are very special animals, and I hope that one day you're fortunate enough to see one. And if it takes some time, I really do hope, and I am optimistic. South Africa has brought rhinos back from the brink before. A couple of decades ago, we were down to 50 individuals in the entire country, and the population was steadily grew and grew and grew thanks to the efforts of some really amazing people. Ian Player being one of them, Clive Walker being another. Righty, well, I go off in search of anything actually this evening. I'm open to all suggestions. Let's head back over to the Mara and the lion.
Right everybody, we're on the hunt. There they are in infrared, walking down the road towards where that one lioness went. Not sure where she is now, and we'll just give you sight quickly while they're static like this of the at least the thermal imaging camera. Now that is the thermal imaging feed. Well, that's me obviously over there, and there's the thermal imaging camera. Isn't that beautiful? As the lions go to sleep. So there's one heading off towards the left, and in the background there, that is not the lights of a town twinkling, that is in fact a herd of herbivores, and we're pretty sure that that is the direction in which these cats are heading. Don't know where the sixth one is yet. We had 5 recently. Anyone know where the 5th one is? There we're scanning, you can see the 5th lioness. That could be a 5th lioness. It could also be a topi, a buffalo, a warthog, a human being. Indeed, it could be a tapir. It could be anything. All right, let's go back to the lions. Hello, everyone. 3 of them lying on the road here. They look pretty hungry, so let's see. Hello, Annie. You were wondering about cubs, everyone's favourite. Have we seen any? No, Annie, we haven't. The reason we haven't is that the cubs have been killed in this pride. Recently been a pride takeover. So if you have just joined us, 3 male lions came into this area of the Marsh Male Coalition, and they have taken out 7 cubs. born to this pride. This young male here, just at the right age to have escaped the attentions of the adult males. That said, we haven't seen him with the adult males, and it is quite possible that he is with the females here, just trying to avoid the rest of those males. Now, they don't look very full to me. They ate yesterday evening, and so I think they're going to hunt tonight. They've certainly got up and moved. They've done a bit of stalking of some Thompson's gazelles a little bit earlier. We thought there might be something up here that they were coming to stalk. This is what lions do. They'll move a bit, snooze a bit, move a bit, snooze a bit. And as long as they're not sort of flat asleep, like they can be, well, then we're possibly in for a good night's hunting. And if you're just wondering, or if you're wondering how long this is going to go on for, we're going to keep going until these lions either go to sleep or the rain starts to become truly unpleasant and Gendre drowns up top there like he nearly did yesterday, or until they kill, which is what we did last night. And if you missed it last night, this is the Kichwatembo Pride, 2 young males, 4 females. There is another female away from the pride at the moment. She is sort of acting as consort to the 3 big adult males that are in this pride, or not in this pride, they've taken over as the dominant coalition, and she, much like Amber Eyes did down at Djuma when the Birminghams took over, she is trying to appease them. There's the other lioness there, way in the distance of Gendre's infrared beam. And they're up. Here we go. They're having a bit of a play there, look at that. Martin, you say, isn't it a bit dangerous to drive around lions in a roofless car? Well, I mean, some of these lions have given us a bit of a look, especially at night. But Martin, no, I don't think it's dangerous. I'll tell you why, is that they just don't see us in the same way that they would if we were on foot. You know, we've driven around Djuma, and people are driving all over the Sabi sand as we speak into the night, following lions and leopards and the other predators of the area. And there's no roof at all on those cars. There's no even side to the cars. So, no, once the lions become habituated to the vehicles, there is very little danger. You'd never want to take things for granted, and certainly we had a lion come very close to us now, and what happened was, what's off to the left there, Graham? Is there another lion? To the left? Yeah, but what's the male looking at there? What's he looking at to the left? Yes. Well, there we are. There's the 6th one there. Right, we have the whole pride now. She's just calling. Look, 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 look. The male's going. How cool is that? That is so cool. So that's thermal imaging, telling the difference between the temperature of the ground and interpreting that, of course, as lions, which those are. Great, we've got all 6 together. Wonderful stuff. Let's go back to infrared. And just to give you an idea of the car we're in now, it's a bigger Land Rover than Wendy, Rusty or Jigger. It's a longer one, which means it's got 3 rows of seats in it and 3 little roof gaps, but the windows and the doors are still firmly in place. Oh, look, I think they're going to have a little bit of a play there. There we are. That's a lioness on the right and a young male on the left, and you can see he's still very playful. And this is exactly what happened last night. They started to move a bit. They did a bit of territorial marking. That's what's going on there. They did a bit of playing, and then they got on with the serious business of hunting. And if you weren't watching last night, the first thing they did was to be followed by 3 hyenas, which quickly became 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and eventually they stumbled across the hyena den, and they were pinned down for a couple of minutes. Then the young male went off. He seemed to draw away the hyenas a bit. Things calmed down. There was a Mexican standoff, if you like. and then they headed off into the night as the rain began to pour. There they all are. I'm going to sneak slightly forward while Jean-André shows you that picture. Now the reason it looks like that, everyone, is Jean-André is actually showing the monitor through the screen. So he's through the lens. So he's filming the thermal imaging monitor. It's very, well, relatively new technology. There's my hand. Pointing at the lions. So they don't seem to be particularly enthusiastically on the hunt just yet, but I suspect that'll change. I think if they weren't going to hunt at all, they wouldn't have moved when the sun went down. It's now totally pitch black. Without the aid of the infrared lights, wouldn't be able to see it all. I have a very dim light on in the front of the car so that I don't drive into a giant aardvark hole, or perhaps into a hyena den. We'll just stop over here. Right, Jean-André. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good. Hold pride. And that young female who's been playing consort to the 3 males, she actually killed today, just before we could get to her. She killed a little baby zebra. So these lions, they are exceptional at killing. But they may do quite a lot of sleeping this evening as well. It's a very comfortable evening. Temperature's good. Gentle breeze. Grass smells the most magnificent smell you've ever smelt in your life. Oh, and I didn't tell you all, viewers, please, you can exhale after the last time I said to you take a deep breath in. I know one of you sent through a comment saying you were going blue. You may now exhale and enjoy the scent of the grasses that the lions are lying on. And hopefully, oh, in the background I can hear the hyena clan starting to give voice to their territory. Oh. Oh. Hello, Yorkie. You're wondering if lions and hyenas will ever share a kill. Yorkie, I've seen it before, actually. I've seen lions and hyenas eating from the same carcass. That's mainly because they are unable to sort of protect the kill from each other, because the weight of numbers is such that everything's balanced, and at the same time they're unable to move. They're unable to sort of move the kill away. So often on a big kill like a buffalo, I've seen that happen in the Sabi Sand. Never seen it happen here. I suspect it wouldn't happen here because there's so many hyenas. And one of the very interesting things about last night's interaction was that despite the fact that these lions were outnumbered, I mean there were 6 lions to probably almost 40 hyenas, the hyenas didn't press home that advantage, which I thought was very strange. That's almost a ratio of 1 lion to 7 hyenas. So I'm not sure why they did that, although for them to take the risk of physical conflict with a lion right now is simply not worth it. There's so much that's died out here of natural causes. Zebra and wildebeest carcasses we see half eaten all the time. Piles of vultures all over the plains eating them. And I think the hyenas looked extremely well fed. I just thought, they thought to themselves, what's the point of a big fight with the lions over a little zebra when there is so much to eat? Well, this is a very, very good question. Shelley, you say, if these are territorial lions, and the hyena den has been there for hundreds of years, how is it the lions stumbled onto it? Well, I mean, the thing to say is that the hyena den moves all the time. And we were actually told that the hyena den wasn't where we found it last night, or where we accidentally found it, and so did the lions. It was in another area. That area has obviously just been vacated. They've moved to a new den. The lions have probably moved through there once or twice in the last week, and there hasn't been anything there. But those hyenas will move regularly. Now, what's she looking at? It's a very astute question, and thank you for it. As I was wondering it myself, actually, I thought to myself, how on earth These lions who know this area so well, who interact with those hyenas probably on a nightly basis, how did they manage not to know that it was there? Anyway, they didn't seem to. Now, we're searching with a thermal imaging camera to see what that lioness is looking at. At the moment, there is no white spot, no bogey off the starboard bow. To coin a phrase used by Graham Wallington. Well, that lion can see something. Maybe it is a little scrub hare. Ah. Laura, you say there are no biting flies here in the Mara. Their ears don't seem as chewed up as the Djuma lions do. I haven't been bitten by a fly yet. Have you, Gendry? Not even Gendry has been bitten by a fly, and we all know if there's anyone going to attract flies around here, well, that's me being unkind. It's my first insult of the night, everybody. There will be many more to follow. I'm not sure that, well, I certainly haven't seen any. I don't know if there are biting flies here or not. I know further south of here that many of the lions actually climb trees, apparently to get away from the flies. So I don't think there's any... Sorry about that, gone to sleep. Shortage of flies in the general Mara Serengeti ecosystem. What a tired fellow. But in this area don't seem to be too many. I'm also not sure how much of the scrappiness of the ears of the lions of Djuma are caused entirely by biting flies. I think they fight a lot with each other. They also run through very thorny vegetation. Look at this. This is classic pre-hunt behavior. Isn't that nice? Soft bed of grass, enormous clawed foot. How cool is this? They're just so like domestic dogs and cats in so many ways, aren't they? Young male, restless, irritating everyone else, wanting to play, sitting on his mates, sitting on his aunts and cousins and his mother, and then putting up with it, but eventually getting a little irritated. Alright, we're going to stay here. I think darkness has probably fallen in South Africa now, so let's head back to, well, what Taylor has turned into our prime sort of nocturnal invertebrate finder, and she's not about to disappoint you now.
Everybody, we've got a scorpion that's running away from us. Come back! Come back! We just want to see you. Okay. Possibly it's going to stay still for just a moment. And this scorpion is called Ostypicanthus asper, which we saw the other evening. In fact, oh, look at that. What are you doing with your tail? That was quite interesting. You see how it's moving it around there. Have you found something? Or are you just hiding? I'm not sure what it's doing at the moment, everybody. It seems like it's probably trying to hide from us. Now, you typically find this particular species of scorpion on trees called knobthorns or Acacia nigrescens, as some of you may know them. They are associated with those trees. They like to live under the bark, but they do come down to the ground in order to hunt in the evenings. So this is one of the nocturnal species that we've been looking for. No, I think it is doing the freeze technique at the moment. It was fine with us, and then it panicked slightly and scurried along the ground. Even though it's settled down, we won't go any closer. We'll just view it from a distance over here. And this particular species of scorpion is not going to send you to hospital if it were to sting you. However, I'm not brave enough to pick it up. I'm a bit of a sissy. I don't like to pick up spiders, and I don't like to pick up scorpions. I like to leave them on the ground and just view them like this. And hopefully now that we've had the rains, we're going to be seeing some interesting activity between the male and female scorpions. And I've never seen what I'm about to tell you. I've only ever heard of it. But I believe that when the male is ready to mate, he will approach the female and tap those big pincers on the ground to sort of show her that he's ready when she is. So that's a behavior that I'd absolutely love to see in the near future. But I'm glad that this scorpion has moved off the middle of the road. It's one thing I always get worried about is people that are possibly not looking for all these little creatures might squash them. And it is typical every time we found any animals that you come out on the open road. It's nice and open, and of course it's warm as well. So naturally a lot of the insects are attracted to this area. Hopefully this scorpion finds something along the lines, and particularly millipedes are their favorite food. So that's what they're going to be looking for. And we have been seeing quite a few millipedes in the area. It's very nice. I think I'm going to leave this scorpion in its frightened state, but let's carry up along this road. Just a quick recap. David and I are indeed doing a boundary patrol, and so far it's proving to be quite successful. We've got a scorpion. The scorpion is now scurrying away as soon as we started the vehicle, so possibly it picked up the vibration of the vehicle with its little hairs that it has covering its body, and they are little sensory hairs. You just want to take it easy on this road. It's quite a bumpy road filled with corrugations, so it actually could, if you carry on watching, it could feel like you're on a real safari in the back of the vehicle bumping around, which is what normally happens. Right, who else do we have on the ground this evening? I'm also looking for spiders. Last night they were too quick for me though, but I'm prepared this evening. We saw them very quickly scurrying across the road. So hopefully we're going to be able to find some more this evening. Sorry everybody, I didn't hear what Rebecca had to say. We are still under some power lines and there's a lot of static interfering with the communication. What? Sorry, I'm just going to move off the road. I've got another vehicle trying to sneak up behind us. We're going to let them go past and then I'm going to take you back to show you something else. But in the meantime, hello everybody, have a wonderful evening. In the meantime, on the topic of venomous creatures, oh my goodness, I'm going to have to pause here for a moment. There's a long line of vehicles coming down this road, so we'll just let them quickly pass us. And Jimmy wants to know, what type of snakes do we have in this area? Now, Jimmy, I'm not sure what snakes you get in America, but we've got some interesting creatures down here. So one of the very common ones that we see are Mozambican spitting cobras. We also see puff adders, which is looks very much like a diamondback rattlesnake. It's also in the viper family. We get a variety of snakes that aren't toxic, or that don't have a venom, sorry. So things like brown house snakes and spotted bush snakes are the two very common ones that we see. We see a few of the sand snakes that come through as well. There's many different snakes. And then, of course, one that I'm sure most of you have heard of is a black mamba, which is a seriously scary snake. I'm not afraid of snakes. I don't mind them at all. They always tend to move away from us before we even see them most of the time. However, black mambas are interesting ones. Normally you see them as you're driving along and you see them at the last second, and they can be quite feisty, I suppose I could put it that way. And every now and then they'll launch up at the side of the vehicle, but that's only just because you've probably almost driven over their tail. So it's always just good, like we're doing, to scan, look around with the spotlight to make sure that you don't drive over something like a snake, especially now coming into summer. It's quite typical, like we've seen the scorpions, like we've been seeing all the beetles on the road. The snakes come out and absorb the last heat of the day too. So it's always good to be careful. Those are just a few lists of the snakes. I could probably sit here for an hour talking about what different types of snakes we can get. But I do want to show you something else now that the road is clear. Right, then we reverse very quickly. Well, they shouldn't have moved off. Where are you? Oh no. Okay, I'm not going to show you what I found. I'm going to carry on and look for some more. So I'm on the lookout for some termites, everybody. And while I look out for the termites, in the meantime, let's see how James's Mara lions are doing.
Back you come to the Mara, everybody. The wind is starting to pump a little bit. The lions' heads are up, and I think they're thinking about food, but they may well just be thinking about having another snooze. Yes, indeed, that is in fact what they're doing. Well, there we go. One male up. No, female, sorry. One female up. And you can see there quite clearly, that she's tired. What I was going to say you can see quite clearly is the fact that she's got swollen teats, and that's because I think she was probably one of the lionesses who had cubs. One of them, of course, will also be the mother of these two males. I think they're probably brothers. Graham, does anything show up on the thermal imager from around the clearing, or just the lions? At the moment, Graham is scanning the clearing on the thermal imaging camera, and there is something very far away. It could be... it could be anything, really. But it also could be lights on the horizon of Serena. Serena is the headquarters of the Mara Triangle. Oh, here we go. Something's arrested their attention. Now, this is what lions do, everybody. Please be patient about this. This is what they very often do. They move a bit, they sleep. They move a bit, they sleep. And then suddenly, if something either takes their enthusiasm, they spot something, they smell something, they go in on the hunt. They're not desperately hungry, but they're also not full. I think they will hunt at some time, or at some stage today. And we've now thrown our lot in with this lot, so we're going to spend the rest of the evening with them. Now, just to keep you posted and perhaps give you a bit of a recap, the broadcast is scheduled to go until 10:30 Central African time, 11:30 local time here. We'll see what happens. Yesterday we ended early because the lions killed, and we knew that we wouldn't get any better than that. Tonight, maybe they'll be hunting after 11:30, in which case we'll probably be following them then. So it's all rather, well, not vague, it's very fluid. We're going to decide on what to do about what happens here, dependent on what these lions are doing. And maybe the Nkuhumas, or maybe a leopard at Djuma, will be hunting too. Oh, here we go. Heads up. They've heard or smelt something. We're looking with the thermal camera. Can't see anything there. As soon as we do, we'll show you the thermal image. Hello, Warrior Cats Forever. With a Twitter handle like that, I'd expect you to know the answer to every single cat question there was. You say, why do lions hunt at night? Warrior Cat, unlike the pride from which you obviously come, because you clearly hunt during the day, you say, why do they hunt at night? Warrior Cat, it's because they can see well. During the night, they see much better than the other animals. They're big cats, which means that they need the cover of darkness often to succeed at hunting, especially on these open grass plains. Now, what you find often with a cat like a leopard, while they absolutely do hunt at night, because they're smaller, they operate on their own, they move in and amongst the trees, they will often hunt during the middle of the day. These lions do sometimes, and certainly the lioness I spoke of earlier, she killed when there was still lots of light left. But a big pride like this hunting on their own, they're going to need the cover of darkness to move across these plains. And they've got better eyes than any other animal out here, bar perhaps the hyenas, and so they can see, probably as well as we can see with this infrared. They can see into the night. Now, I cannot see where those lions are. They're sitting probably, I don't know, about 20 meters from me perhaps, and I cannot see them. I'm looking out into the darkness right now as we speak, and I cannot see them at all. So they are being lit entirely with infrared, which clearly is making them very sleepy. Jeandre, why is the infrared making them sleepy? It is a rather soporific evening, I must tell you, but it is gorgeous. Insects calling, the odd frog, wind blowing, rain falling to the south, hopefully not on us, and the lions, with any luck, at some stage during the next 12 hours or so, will get up and do some hunting. Hello Tasha Michelle, you want to know if I feel uneasy sitting with these lions for the first time in the darkness. Tasha Michelle, I don't. I'm sitting next to the driver's seat, my door is closed, I'm very safe here. Gendre, however, is sitting perched, riding on the crow's nest there. Gendre, do you feel threatened at all?
Negative.
He says he doesn't feel threatened, that's because he's very brave. Tasha Michelle, without being facetious, no, I don't. Look, there have been one or two times when the lions have looked at us because they're not quite used to the big camera sticking out the front of the top of the roof, but really it's been a kind of, ooh, what's that? And then they calm down and they're fine. Exactly the same as the lions of Djuma. And you know that Jamie sat with the lions for a long time yesterday evening at Djuma, and that car is completely uncovered. The camera sits even further sort of away from the top of the car, and the cameraman much more exposed than here. The lions don't even react. So while absolutely we take care, and absolutely we are very careful to watch their behavior and watch how they operate, we are very, very confident at this stage that they are not going to react to us at all. And we watched them on the hunt yesterday, and they were absolutely fine. Hello, Susan R. You're wondering if these lions are a different subspecies to the ones that we get in South Africa. The answer, Susan, is probably a debatable no. Many would say that they are. They're the East African subspecies of lions, and some would say not. Some would say that they're exactly the same subspecies and that there's no difference at all. I think you'll probably find this period that they've been separated from the Southern African population probably means that there is almost sufficient genetic diversity for them to be considered a different subspecies. But you know, lions used to contiguously from the Cape of South Africa all the way up East Africa into much of West Africa. They skipped the Congo Basin and the Sahara, then they went into Europe, you know, and at one stage were the world's most widely spaced or widely distributed cat. And then, as probably largely due to human beings, things have changed, and they're I'm just listening to Rebecca there. And what you'll find is their distribution's been separated by human beings, and because of that, the genetic diversity has probably sort of split. They probably are slightly different genetically now. Right, Jamie Patterson, this is what Rebecca told me, has got creepy crawlies of the night. So let's go across and say hello to them.
The creepy crawlies of the night indeed, starting off with this twin spot beetle that is scouring the land looking for prey species to grab. I have to tell you, kind of like what we were talking about last night with our bush baby, that if it was looking for small insects to catch, then this would be the place to be in our vehicle. Since after the rain we've had an explosion in the population of different insects, and they are just all over the show. And I thought for a second there was an insect right in front of it, but it turns out it was on my monitor and not in fact on the camera. So there you go, we live and learn. Look at it scurrying about. I know you saw some of these with Taylor the other night, and they're all over the roads at the moment. Whoopsie daisy. Where are you going, Eggsy? There was a spider on your leg. Fair enough. Our cameramen are brave and intrepid people, and we are currently experiencing lots of creepy crawlies crawling all over us, so I sympathize with poor Zander. There's one crawling up my shorts right now. Eggsy says it's his worst nightmare. I don't know how to break this to you, Eggsy, but the summer has only just started. This is just the beginning. Wait till we tell you all about assassin beetles and their ability to spray acid on a person's skin. Sorry, not trying to freak you out or anything. Just don't brush anything off too casually. Don't squash. Just have a look at what it is first. Oh, the joys of living in the African bush in summer. I was really hoping that this beetle might actually give us an indication of the way that it hunts. I'm hoping that perhaps we'll be able to watch it as it ambushes its prey. They've got particularly strong mandibles. So mandibles, the jaw parts, like jaws, to slice up any of the insects that they do manage to catch. And the joy of sort of driving about at this time of evening is that a lot of them are attracted to the roads because they're nice big open spaces, and they're also nice and warm. They retain the heat, which means that you get a vast array of insect life upon them. They're quite beautiful in their own way. They're twin spots, obviously named for the twin yellow spots on the top of their wing casings. Sorry, they don't have wings, I should probably clarify. On top of their, what do you call it? Thorax. Having a moment. The shadow makes it look even creepier. What we can learn about this. Sorry, there's a massive moth that just landed on my spotlight. I'm trying to catch it. No, it's gone. Where is it? Oh, there it is. I lost it for a second. I think one thing we can learn from observation of these incredible beetles is that they seem to be ambush predators. There's a lot of pausing, waiting, listening with those long antennae, feeling for vibrations in the ground and in the air around them. Cool. Okay, I'm going to move my spotlight ever so slightly onto the next beetle that I can see rushing around. Let's see what we've got here. Oh, that all went wrong, and it's now scurrying off. What have we got there? I thought it was a second twin spot, but it's not. It's one of the other ground beetles. Perhaps one of the longhorns. There's such a vast array of insect life. It's a tuk-tuki. I'll explain what I mean by that in a second. Isn't that awesome? It's actually a little bit small for a tuk-tuki, sorry. Thought it was a tuk-tuki. It's not as bad as last night, Eggsy. Definitely not as bad as last night. They all seem to freeze when you pop the spotlight on them. This is such a fun experiment for us in terms of getting to see what happens when we go to bed at night. And also just sitting and listening to the sounds of the evening. And I've decided what I'm going to do, by the way. Where are you off to? I just heard a hyena whooping from around Sydney's dam, and don't you think that would be fun? To have a chance to see the hyenas once again. For our new viewers, we used to have a spotted hyena clan that we spent pretty much all day, every day with when they had den sites. We got to watch the cubs as they grew up and grew older, and then they moved. They moved their den site, as spotted hyena do, and not having any concerns about our Traverse regions, they moved north of our Traverse area to Manyeleti Game Reserve, which is north of where we can go, unfortunately. But we hear them every evening, and occasionally we see them on the dam camera or paying a visit back in this direction. And I would love to encounter one of our spotted hyenas at some point this evening as well. The night is still full of possibilities. Now, Jen B, you were wondering about how big this... Eggsy, can I move our spotlight again? I'm going to go this way now. Jen B was wondering about how big the twin spot is, and there he is. He's back again. He's come a little bit closer. You were saying he looks as though he's 4 inches long. Not quite 4 inches. I would say probably about 1.5 inches, maybe 2. Oh, there's 2 of them. I wonder if they're going to engage in some interesting activities this evening. I know Taylor saw 2 twin spots. Oh, that's quite confusing to say. 2 twin spots mating the other evening. So Gen B, they're about 1 inch to 1.5 inches long. I would try and give you a sense of scale, but it would involve trying to get to them, and they're now moving right behind the vehicle. Now, one of the things that we were really excited about was the, oh goodness gracious me, that's alright, it's okay, I wasn't using my retinas anyway, was a possibility of a population explosion of winged termites. Let's go and see what Taylor has found.
Everybody, we've just got a vehicle going to try and come past us, so just bear with us for one moment. I'm going to try and protect the termites, and then we're going to go back to them. They should pass us in a few seconds, so I'm just going to stand here. So we do actually have some termites, which I'm going to show you in just a moment. We're just waiting for this vehicle to bypass us. We're on a very busy road, and I think everybody's on their way back home to enjoy a nice warm dinner. Hello everybody. Wonderful, and how are you? They've stopped for a chat, everybody. Everybody say hello. Hello. You can't see them, but you can hear them. There are other people. So all these wonderful guests have come through to South Africa to come on a real safari, and the rest of you have to sit and watch us at home. But we are live, everybody. You heard that. We're not in a studio where I can press a button and then people say hello or clap, applaud, laugh, you know, that type of thing. But we will show you the termites in just a moment, everybody. I hope you had a wonderful drive. Oh, you're leaving. Have a good evening and enjoy dinner tonight. Cheers. Bye. And they're off now. They're heading back to the lodge. Did you hear how some of them were quite sad that they're leaving tomorrow? And lucky for you, the show goes on all the time. Right, now let's get back to the termites and hope we don't have any more interruptions. Oh, solifuge! Oh my goodness, look what I've just got. I'm so sorry, everybody. No, stop chasing my vehicle. Hang on, I've got to turn around, everybody. I don't know where it came from, but I found a solifuge and it was chasing me. Now I'm trying to get away from it. I think it's following the light. There it goes. Can you see it on the road? It's going so quickly. Ah, that's so funny. Now don't come to me. Stay over there. Can you see how quick it's going? I'm so sorry, everybody. I hope your volume wasn't too loud. But that is not a spider. That is a solifuge, and I think it's going to come back to me again. Look at that crazy little thing there. Now, this solifuge actually eats termites. So I'm hoping that perhaps it finds an active mound, like the one I wanted to show you. Oh my goodness, can we keep up with it? It's so quick, and I'm hoping that we're going to be able to see it catch something. There we go. What have you got? Has it found a termite? Look at all of that. Well, you know what? Everything happens for a reason, everybody. If we weren't stopped by that ranger to have a chat, I probably would have never seen this. I think it's eating. Let's reposition. Hang on. This is so exciting, everybody. And the action will unfold again. Where did it go? Can you see it? David has to help me. I don't know where it is. Have we lost it? It was just out of view. Let's see if me to just do a quick scan here. There it is. Can you see it? I'm going to try use to the left. There. Zoomed in. Yes, it's eating. Is it eating? Did you find a termite? Look how amazing that is. Now, remember we met Solly, the solifuges are coming underneath the vehicle again. I can't see where it is. There it is. Don't get squashed. Run off the road. There's another car coming in. Way too much excitement unfolding this evening. So that was Solly the solifuge, or maybe the cousin of Solly the solifuge. I'm going to move off again because we have another vehicle. It's all very exciting. I haven't even got to the termites yet. Now, where did our friend the solifuge go? Because that might be very interesting. Just don't want it to get run over, obviously. No, I think it is safe. You just let these guys know that they can come past us. Just turn that light off so I don't blind everybody. Hello, good evening. Hi. Very well, thanks, and yourself? Beautiful evening. So I am live, everybody. So everybody say hello. Hello. Now millions of people around the world would have heard your voice. All right. Fantastic. You believe me? Having a hard time convincing everybody that we're actually live. We'll have a fantastic evening, and I hope you find some interesting creatures along the way. Cool. Have a great... Thank you. I will do. We're doing a night drive. Thanks. Thank you. I will do. Cheers. Very popular this road this evening. Okay, Solly the Solifuge has disappeared, but maybe it comes around again. But I want to show you the termites, everybody. Can you get that angle? I don't know. Is it a little bit close? We think we can get it. So the termites are now popping out of the ground, everybody. I got, oh, there we go. Sorry, I got excited. I thought I came unplugged. Now you can see all those termites there. Looks like some of them. Okay, everybody, I'm going to find some more termites this evening. The lions in the Mara are on the move. The termites are not going anywhere.
We are back, everybody, and the lions are up. Well, they're not doing what anyone would describe as hunting. They've been playing a bit and biting each other and knocking about. What is that? That's a light up ahead, is it? I think that's the light of the gate. But now they're still starting to get restless, and they haven't been sleeping very soundly. They've been rolling around and wagging their tails and picking their nails, picking each other's noses, you've just seen there. And now they seem to be on the move. This is good news. Andre, where are they? 10:30. Yeah. Here we go, everyone. Now there's a big thicket to the left of where we're sitting now. So hopefully we'll be able to keep up with them. I'm pretty sure we will. Yeah, I think just stay on that one for now. Is that one at 11 o'clock? Yes. You go a little bit further, faster. You don't want to drive into a large hole. Now these lions tend to oh, they're playing with each other there. How cool is that? This is brilliant. Here we go. This is fantastic. This is why we're here, everyone. Pride moving in the night, and no boundaries between us and the Pride territory, so we can follow them wherever they go, provided I can get us there in the car. This is pretty much what happened yesterday, and we're going to learn about this Pride as we follow them. We've got another 2 nights after this. So tonight and for 2 nights after this, we'll be figuring out how they move, which way they move, whether they hunt every night, whether they hunt every few nights. But this now is hunting behavior. And obviously going to the loo. But everyone's got to do that all the time. Hello, Sean in Ireland. You want to know if the males hunt with the pride? There looks like a nasty gully going on here. It is a little distressing. Sean, the males do sometimes hunt with the pride, not very often. It's mainly because, of course, they are scavengers largely rather than hunters, but they do hunt from time to time, especially the bigger prey. I'm going to have to put on some white light, otherwise we're going to probably have an accident. Oh my goodness. Oh, there's one on the tree there, Gendre. Oh, 2 playing next to us, the other side. One going into the tree. Let's go look at the one in the tree. She's going up into the tree. How cool is that? Take some screenshots, everybody, and just remember, we are totally live. Hashtag SafariLive, questions at wildearth.tv. Send us your questions, send us your comments. You're currently watching a lioness perched in a tree in the middle of the Mara Triangle, slapping another one as she tries to climb up. They're sharpening their claws, hopefully in preparation for a hunt. Way in the distance, I can hear other lions calling. Look at that very elegant dismount. They're feeling very frivolous, these lions, but there's a nasty gully here that I'm not sure that I can get through. Oh, goodness. Let me quickly load the map. See where we are. This isn't the Mara River, but it's almost certainly a tributary thereof. Ooh. Oh, I don't know what we're going to do now. I think we may be able to... Is it a gully or is it a hole? Just shine off to the right with some white light if you don't mind. Looks like a big ditch, but whether it's a hole that stops here... Yeah, I'm not going to try and cross that, everybody. But let's see if they don't pop out this side. Can you see anything inside this gully? No, I know I can't get through here. Don't worry, Graham. I'm not going to attempt it. I just want to know, if you shine down to the right, are the lions still in there? Yes, they are. They're drinking there. Let's see if they come out again. I will try and move a little closer there, Gendry. Okay, they've now crossed. Now, we don't know where this gully goes. We do know that there's a road that crosses it a long way the other side. We're going to have to make a call in about a minute as to whether we race around to the other side or wait and see if they don't come back to this side. But as you can see, trying to get a car through there would be, well, trying. They're moving the other side. Let's make a call, guys. We're going to go round. I'm going to go right, because I know there's a road that goes around that side. Joseph, what do you think? Joseph is our Askari today, everybody. Does the road go around this gully?
Maybe down there.
Down there,
Yeah.
yes. Alright, everybody, while we try to decide what to do here, I think they're going to go around the other side of this gully. I'm not sure. While we decide, let's head across to Jamie. She's got another nasty arachnid to show you.
That's not a nasty arachnid at all. It's one of my favourite arachnids, if not my favourite arachnid. It's a baboon spider, out and about. We always go past their holes and we always talk about them when we are out on bushwalk. This looks like it might be a horned baboon spider. I think I can see the tip of a horn at the top of the head there. How cool is that? Look at her go. It's basically our South African tarantula equivalent. No, wait. Don't go. Don't go. I can't see you. There's also a little scorpion. I'll come back to that in a moment. This is arthropod heaven. I can't get it. I can't get it without going over our baby scorpion, which I don't want to do. Where did she go? There are so many amazing bugs out tonight. It's so cool. She went... Where did she go? I think she went somewhere here. Oh, I've lost her. That was awesome. We only ever get to see them in their holes in the ground. There's different species of them, and they're basically, this, as I said, the South African equivalent of our tarantulas. Sorry, I'm keeping an eye for our baboon spider, but I'm now looking at our tiny little scorpion. Sorry, up a little bit, Eggsy. There. Okay, that's not the best view of a scorpion we've ever had. Let's reposition. keep looking for our baboon spider. I really want to see it again. What we sometimes do is we see the baboon spider's hole that they grow with throughout their life. So as they continue to grow, and you know spiders grow through molting. They excavate the holes so that they are exactly the right size for them. Look at this little guy. This is so awesome. Probably one of the Opisthocampus scorpions. Tiny little chap. It's about the size of my thumb. I didn't realize how reflective insects' eyes really are when it comes to the light, but they actually really are. It makes them so easy to spot at night. Now, I just want to give you a sense of scale. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hop out. I'm going to check first, of course, but then I'm going to hop out and just have a look. So let me just take my spotlight away for now so that I can use it. Probably nothing's coming. Cool. Right, I'm happy. I'm sort of stuck. Sorry, hold on. I'm really stuck. I just want to show you how... Let me try and do this. There we go. So now I don't have to take my spotlight with me. So thick pincers and relatively thin tail immediately tells you that it is a relatively harmless scorpion. That doesn't mean it wouldn't hurt if it were to sting me. So please don't sting me, little guy. There you go. There's a sense of scale. Can you see my hand there? So there we go. A sense of scale for that scorpion. He's just under the length of my forefinger. And they are definitely one of the most amazing creatures that we get out here. We get some that are, oh my gosh, I'm blind. We get some that are tiny, tiny little things. And then you get some that are the size of my hand. The Parabuthus scorpions and some of the Opisthocampus scorpions are some of the larger species that we get. One thing I'm dying to see, I was chatting with Herbie about it earlier today, is the scorpion mating ritual. It's something that I've heard is incredible. I haven't been able to witness it before. But essentially what the male scorpion does is he does either a kind of a dance or taps out to the female that his intentions are good. And he's got to wait a considerable period of time before she accepts him. At which point they do a dance for a little bit and he eventually grabs her with his pincers. And he carries her about a bit and he deposits a spermatophore on the ground, which obviously contains his sperm, and then he picks her up and plonks her on it, and somehow he manages to line it up perfectly so that it enters her genital opening, and because of the way that she lines up, it bends the spermatophore and releases the sperm. And then as soon as they're finished, they separate, and then they get really angry with each other. And sometimes, like with a lot of insects, the female will actually eat the male, but a lot of the time they actually kind of attack each other and then go off scuttling off in their separate ways. I would love to see that. No sign of our baboon spider. I think she's gone to ground. Right. So Monique in London, you want to know why it's called a baboon spider? Because it's meant to look like a baboon's hand. And some of them do get to be the size of a baboon's hand. Some of the larger ones. So that's why it's called a baboon's tail. A baboon spider, sorry. Let's go across to Taylor, who I think has managed to fend off the solifuge, tooth and claw, and is now ready to finish her termite story.
This is the longest termite story I've ever had to tell. It's been quite comical over the past 20 minutes. However, we have managed to find our friends the termites, and something very interesting is happening right here. Now, just to quickly let you know which species of termite this is the large fungus growing termite. Now, what you're seeing are the soldiers. You can see they've got the sort of big heads and the very, very big pincers. Now, they're behaving like workers. Can you see that? How they're actually taking out unwanted soil and rocks and big debris that is inside the mound below the surface. Now, that's quite interesting. It's a behavior that I've only ever read about. And is watching where the soldiers will actually come through and assist in bringing the bigger bits of material and dumping them outside the mound. I've never seen it. Look at that. See the one on the bottom right-hand side of your screen? You can see it just dropping something off and down it goes. That is phenomenal. So what you're seeing, it's taken me 5 years of driving every single day in the bush to see something like this. Very, very special, everybody. I can't get enough of it. Now, something that I've been waiting for and I've been chatting about for the last few days after we've had this rain is the long anticipation of when the termites are going to release their alates. And I know Laura is wanting to know exactly the same thing. Now, Laura, we're going to have to wait for these the larvae to develop and until they're mature enough and are able to leave the mound. And I cannot wait for that day because I think it's going to be an explosion of winged termites. Sometimes people call them flying ants. And they are much larger than the soldiers that you're looking at. And they are a very good source of protein. And the reason why I'm so excited about that is because so many different species of mammals and birds and amphibians and reptiles will actually feed on them. I've seen snakes eating termites. I have seen frogs and lizards and birds such as the owls. I've seen solifuges eating the termites. So every little thing will come out and feed on these little bundles of protein. Now, if you look very carefully, I don't know, David, if you zoom out slightly, can you see those temporary structures? You see what we're looking at there? Pretty amazing, hey? So that's actually not a permanent part of the mound. Now, termites are nocturnal, and the reason why they are nocturnal, there we go, you can see those tunnels quite nicely now, is they have a very sensitive exoskeleton. And unfortunately, the African sun is very harsh and can burn them quite easily, so they come out at night. Now, in the evenings, they make these temporary structures that we're looking at, and it's just a very, very thin layer of soil that they've sort of stuck together. And if I were to go there, I could probably squash it with my finger, but I'm not going to do that. And the reason why they do this is that so during the day, if they do feel and can work, they've got a shield from the sun. How nice is that? Normally they do it over an area of leaves or possibly even a fallen branch or something along those lines. They're looking for something that they can decompose. And I don't know if you remember the name of these termites. It's a large fungus-growing termite. Sorry, the spotlight is getting very hot. I'm burning my fingers. That's why the light was jittering like that. And they don't just feed on all the grasses and the decaying organic matter. They actually grow their own food. So they've got little chambers called a fungus growing chamber, which is situated inside the mound. And it's normally at a temperature of about 30 degrees Celsius and almost 100% humidity. So perfect conditions to grow fungi. And what they do is they'll take the leaves, they'll take the grasses and whatever they may be decomposing, and they'll chew it, and they'll pass it through their digestive system, and they defecate it out and in a sort of a compost heap. And of course, in those conditions, high heat, high humidity, you will get a fungus sprouting from all that matter. And then that is what they're feeding on. Pretty amazing. Now, Maria, I know you were asking earlier, and we kept getting distracted by the vehicles and all sorts of other things and the solifuge. And Maria, I know you were wondering what is the difference between a termite and an ant. Now, it's actually quite a big difference, and the main difference is actually if you look at their body as a whole. Now, we don't have a termite that's come out the ground completely. Oh, hang on. Dave, let's go down a little bit, just to this one over here. A little bit further down. Yes. Let's see if we can see an entire. There we go. Now that's actually much better. So there we go. You can actually see the workers and the soldiers now. The soldiers on the left, the workers on the right. Now you see how their entire body looks like it's sort of one shape. Their waist is quite thick, if I can put it into terms like that. Whereas an ant, you can see the head and the thorax and the abdomen and all those parts quite a bit. They're quite tapered in. So that's one of the main differences. And also the color. Typically, the body of a termite is much lighter in color, where ants tend to be darker, but this also is species dependent. And another thing is that if you look at the antenna on this termite, you can see how straight they are, and ants' antennae tend to be elbowed. And one more difference when you're looking at the alates, so the flying ants or the winged termites and the winged ants, is actually got to do with their wings. So with a termite, the wings are the same length and the same size, whereas on both pairs, and whereas an ant, the front pair of wings is a lot more robust and a lot longer than the back pair of wings tends to be slightly smaller. So those are just a few differences. But once you get the hang of it and you start looking at these insects on a regular basis, then it becomes quite easy to tell the difference. But it does take some time and practice. They are very busy termites. I cannot believe that I got to see this amazing interaction. And just between the different members here. Actually, another thing, sorry, I forgot as well. Maria, let me add one more thing. So we all know that termites and ants have caste systems, very much like bees. So they have kings and queens and workers and soldiers. Now I found it quite interesting that the role or the gender of a worker to ants is actually only females, which was quite amazing. Where the termites, it's both males and females. So that's another little characteristic that you could possibly add, and I found it interesting. I've got all sorts of creepy crawlies crawling over me. I don't know what that is flapping in the screen over there. Oh my goodness, that is a funny looking thing, and off it goes. A very long antennae. There's lots of little insects about at the moment, and some of them are so small, I haven't even seen a lot of them before. So if you take a few screenshots, and you can hashtag SafariLIVE for all of us on Twitter, or you can even email some of these pictures of these strange creepy crawlies that we're unsure of. And if you can email them to questions@wildearth.tv, that would help us out quite a bit to be able to identify and get a better understanding of what other creatures we have out here at night. Well, while I find us something else to look at this evening on this wonderful busy road, head to... Oh, no, we're not going anywhere. You're staying with me. We'll have one more look at these termites. Actually, can you zoom in on those things that are fluttering around? What are you? Look at the long antenna that they have on them. Almost resembles like a netwing beetle of some, something like that, or a little long, netwing beetle. But I don't think it is, because I don't think they're nocturnal. I think they're predominantly diurnal, but it resembles something along the lines. So I'll have to get my insect book out and have a look. And that's what I love about this area, is that you can go out and do this every single day, and you will still find something new that you've never seen before. Right, I believe James is now ready for you in the Mara, and I wonder what he's got.
Any sense to me? No, we're not. We're heading north. Now we've got some space. We're okay for now. Where? Hello everybody, sorry we've lost comms with the final control, which means that they are now speaking via Mrs. Wallington in the back of the car on some other kind of device, not sure what. We're following the lions now north. We got round that gully and we're heading through the plains with them. They're going towards a sort of woodland area, don't seem to be spotting anything great. We've had to unfortunately turn the thermal imaging camera off, and that is because we had 3 drops of rain, and it's not so good in the rain, I'm afraid. Anyway, it may dry up as the night progresses. Let's see what happens. But they're on the hunt for sure. We're just going to stick with this one for now. The others are, I think, to the left of us. But we'll just stick with the one in front of us for now. See what she does. It would be very helpful, of course, to have the thermal camera to see what they were stalking, or if they're stalking. They're still horsing about, though, you know. They still keep chasing each other and having a good play. Oops, big bump. Hold on, everyone. Just a glorious evening. I'm not sure if there are any questions coming through. You can still send them. They will be typed out to Mrs. Wallington, who will then head them to me, and I shall answer questions. Hashtag SafariLive questions at wildearth.tv. We're heading north through the Mara Triangle. If you have just joined us, this is the Kichwatembo Pride. 4 females, 2 young males, and they're on the hunt. Yesterday they killed a female, little baby zebra, under the attentions of at least 40 hyenas. That was tremendously exciting stuff. We'll see what happens now. They don't look very full. You can see there she turns. Very good condition, but not exactly stuffed full. And I know many of you would have watched the Nkuhuma Pride sitting on a buffalo kill, and you know how massive bellied they get. Well, the first lions 2 nights ago that we saw, they did the same sort of thing. They had enormously fat bellies, didn't seem to be vaguely interested in any kind of eating. These chaps, not quite the same. They're on the prowl. Now, let's see. Can't see anything at the moment for what they might be hunting, but that's of course because it's totally pitch black. We're hunting with the lions in the darkness. They're being illuminated by infrared light. Jeandre is operating the camera in infrared mode. Let's just stop and let her have a bit of a listen. And a smell, of course. You can see the wind has died down now. Apparently my phone is ringing for Skype. I'm not sure about that. Here we go. Try and re-establish contact with the final control. No, Emma, I'm not... Oh, there we go. We're back with the final control, everybody. Joy and rapture unforeseen. Jeandre, please mute yourself. Otherwise, all we can hear is Jeandre's rain jacket. Today he brought a rain jacket, everyone. It was a very clever idea of his, because yesterday he got very, very wet indeed. And he had winkled fingers at the end of the drive. He had to have a very hot shower to make sure that he was warm again. Not so, Jeandre.
Quite so.
Quite so, he says. He's been quite vociferous today. He said 3 words while filming. 3 words too many, but he has said 3 words. Right, Mr. Wallington has decided the deluge that was threatening is no longer threatening, and he's bringing out the thermal camera to see if we can spot what these lions have been looking for. Jason, a very good point you make there. You say, is Graham happy not carrying an umbrella this evening? I think he's relatively happy. I think last night was quite uncomfortable. And look at the thermal image, everybody. Look at this. They're on the stalk. Look at this. Now, those to me look like hyena. What do you think, Graham? Do you think they're topi? Graham thinks that they're topi. Not the flies. Graham knows those are flies. We think that those animals there might be topi. They do have a similar sort of shape, I suppose, to hyenas. There's the other lion. So we've got all 6 now coming towards us here. Haley, you want to know if I'm getting covered by bugs in the same way that the girls at Djuma are? The answer, Haley, is no, I'm not. There is a bug or two on the screen, but Jean-Ray is up where most of the bugs are, and they quite like his dreadlocks, so that's basically where they're spending most of their evening now. There's quite a lot to eat in those dreadlocks, so that's what they're doing at the moment. It's quite nice having Jean-Ray around. You see what he does is he distracts the bugs from me. Now the thermal imaging camera, I'm just going to tell you, is showing up quite a large number of what I think, well, they're either Topi or Halo. Oh, quickly, we've got to go across to Taylor. She's got something interesting.
We've got a genet. Look at this crazy little critter with all the rings on its tail and the spots, and it's quite a relaxed one. I can't believe it that we're actually having a look at a genet for the song. I'm going to try and roll forward to see if we can get another view of it. Oh, I think it's unfortunately just disappearing out of sight. It's gone behind quite a big tree. Oh, there it is. Here we go. Good going. Dave is incredible on the camera, everybody. Was it going? Sorry, I'm trying to watch the monitor because I can't see it anymore. I think it's gone into that clump of trees. We're still just looking for it, everybody. Now, that is a genet, and it's a strange creature because it looks like a cat. If we can find it again. I don't know if we're going to see it again. We're going to just crawl slowly here. It looks like a cat crossed with a skunk and something else. Oh, I think we may have lost this genet, I'm afraid. They're very, very shy, secretive creatures. And it has moved out the way now. Well, everybody, at least you got to have a quick glimpse. And if some of you maybe missed it, maybe you could share some screenshots of that genet. Now, that would have come down looking for something to eat. They eat a variety of different things. And one of the things that the genets will absolutely love to feed on is those winged termites that we've been talking about over the last couple of days. And wonderful creatures. I wish we could have got to watch it for a little bit longer. But they're nocturnal as well, one of the little nocturnal creatures that we see around here. And during the day, they normally rest in... Ooh, we've got some corrugations again. Sorry, everybody. And during the day, they normally rest in sort of holes in trees and will tuck away and hide themselves from the harsh sunlight. But amazing climbers as well. Quite nice to be able to see that. I'm also very excited. I'm so glad all of you that are watching this managed to get a quick glimpse. Like I said, please share your screenshots, because I don't think everybody got an opportunity to see that. It was very, very quick. But this is a good time, and I think these boundary roads can often be filled with all sorts of delights, as we've just been seeing this evening. I'm so flustered. Everything is happening so quickly and so fast this evening. Scorpions to baboon spiders with Jamie, lions with James and the Mara, the solifuge, termites, lots and lots of goodies. An action-packed evening. And we're still searching along. Hopefully we'll be able to... I found another scorpion, everybody. Let's see if we can see this one. I just need to be doing a bit of maneuvering. It's all the way back there. But it looks small. It could be the same species of scorpion that we've been seeing. Possibly just a little one. Can you see that there? Yeah. I'm going to have a look on my monitor now, though, to get a closer look of it. Yes, that thing, that is a scorpion, and it does just look like a younger Ostipicanthes asper. Unfortunately, there is no common name for this scorpion, so you have to remember the entire Latin name. But just a small one. This one is quite tiny compared to the one that we saw earlier. This one is probably about 3 or 4 centimeters long, so not very long at all. Wonderful. Also out looking for something to eat. We've got it. Look at that. What? Oh, yeah, I think that insect got a bit of a fright when it ran up to the scorpion. I didn't see what that was. I'm not sure what it is. It's a cricket. That's a very brave cricket. even though I said, you see how the scorpion's got its tail up now? You see that? Was not very happy with that cricket. And that cricket is only slightly smaller than the scorpion as well. It doesn't really do it too much justice. There you go. Now you can see the two of them. You can see the cricket on the top left-hand side of your screen and the scorpion down on the bottom right. Now, I don't know what that cricket thought the scorpion must have been. Like I said, it definitely got a fright, and so did the scorpions now in defense position. The sting raised nice and high, just in case that cricket comes over. And I wonder if the scorpion would perhaps attempt to take something like a cricket. I did say earlier that they do prefer to feed on millipedes. You often see lots of shells, and there goes the scorpion, everybody. Didn't quite like being chased by the cricket, so it's decided that we're going to leave. No, you can see it's very, very small. Struggling to go over the tread marks that the tires have left from the vehicles. Lovely. Wonderful, everybody. That was a nice little interaction to see there. Wonder what else we're going to have on this stretch of road. It's so exciting. That's why you don't need to go fast. I always reiterate that there's no need to speed, because the faster you go, the more you miss. The slower you go, the more you see. And that's proving to be right this evening. And I must say a big thank you to David, because he's helping me. He's also got an extra spotlight just in case, so 2 is better than 1, and hopefully between the 2 of us we're going to find some more amazing things this evening. We're coming up to a little watering hole as well. I've just got to dodge the twin spot beetles, do a bit of weaving. What was that? Nothing? Little bit of water. I'm seeing a few eyes. Let me just check. I think there, David, there's a little pool of water over here, isn't there?
Yes.
Let's just check if we haven't missed it. Or there's a little pool of water this side, but it doesn't look like there is anything, I'm afraid. We'll just do a little scan just to see if we can see a reflection of any eyes. No, nothing there. But I think we may have a few more little puddles to check, and hopefully we'll be able to find some more frogs. Oh, yes, last night just before I left you, I let you all listen to a chorus of frogs calling, and I did manage to identify those frogs, and they sounded like a tandies, a sand frog. And I can hear someone else creaking. I think I can actually see a frog. David, if you zoom in between those trees there, yes, keep going. So keep going. Is that it? Okay, go down a little bit to the right. What's that? Maybe it's a leaf. No, everybody, it's just a leaf. I thought it was a little frog sitting on the edge of the water. I can hear somebody calling. I can see some moths fluttering around. But no frogs, I'm afraid. No frogs. But we will carry on. We will continue. We'll continue searching. Let's see. Nothing in the trees. I'm hoping, though, that something like a leopard is just going to walk past us this evening. That would be very nice. More beetles. Oh, another scorpion. But it's the same one that we've been going. So I think we're going to keep going, everybody. I think we should call this road Scorpion Highway. And whenever any of you are looking for scorpions, this is the place to go. Speaking about scorpions, I think Jamie's got another one for you.
Scorpions everywhere. What a marvelous evening. I've been just sitting waiting to see if this particular one is going to ambush something else. But for now, from what I can see, the road is free of potential prey. I did hear an exciting report, and the reason we're on Buffels Hook Cut Line at the moment, that the lions were moving south when they were last seen. They chased Mvula up a tree for our regular viewers, and for our new viewers I will explain what I'm talking about in 1 second. But before we do, just for all of our new viewers, to give you a bit of an update as to what this all is, you're on a live safari from the African bush. My name is Jamie, and behind me sits Zander, also known as Eggsy. And we're bringing you a safari live from the top northeastern corner of South Africa, and to be more specific, on Djuma Private Game Reserve. Now, James is out in the Mara Triangle. We're all the way down here south here in South Africa. Got to be careful, there's a bug crawling up my thigh. Goodbye. It's one of the fruit chafers, just by the way. And we're going to continue on and see what we can see. There's a little water hole just up ahead of us. Let's go there. Let's go sit there and discuss a little bit more about what's going on. So the lions were moving south, but they found Mvula, who is the dominant male leopard of this area, up in or at least the northern part of this area, up in with a kill. They chased him up a tree and stole his kill from him. The lions and leopards do not have, by the way, I'm not driving over that scorpion, he's still in the middle of the road. Lions and leopards do not have the easiest of relationships. They're not very fond of each other, and lions will steal kills from leopards, and if they can catch a leopard, they might even kill him. But Mvula's fine, he's up in a tree, and in general, the reflexes of a leopard far outweigh those of a lion. Oh, so much for that. I'm sure this used to be a proper pool of water. But it's not, it's just a manky pile of mud. So much for that idea. But it is a nice opportunity to just listen to the sounds of the frogs. Trying to find them, on the other hand, with just a spotlight can be a little bit tricky, especially because I think most of them are a little bit further north of where we are. That's because of their gular sacs, so the amplifying sacs around their faces, and what they can do is create quite a ventriloquist effect. You're hearing painted reed frogs, some sand frogs, and also I can hear the croak of one olive toad. What's that? Hey! Did we find a frog? That definitely just moved, right? It's definitely moving. What is that? Are you a terrapin or a frog? It's a frog! Yay! We found a frog. No, it's not. It's a terrapin. Sorry. Oh, I got so excited. It's a terrapin head, and that bit that I thought was mud is actually a shell. Ah, it's a terrapin. I got so excited. I thought it was the first frog of the season. Or the second frog of the season. I think Taylor did find one. It is a terrapin. I think catching any hapless insects that happen to stray too close to its muddy wallow. So similar to a turtle, but a combination sort of between a turtle and a tortoise for our newer viewers who don't know what terrapins are. So it's not, as is very commonly accepted, a turtle, nor are tortoises turtles. Look at him. Oh wow. So it's a mixture of a land-based animal and a water-based animal. They are aquatic for the most part. They spend most of their time in water, but they do have legs and feet, and they can walk above the surface of the earth, out of the water. Right, I'm going to go in search of these lions. Let's go back to James and his.
Linking, here we go. Hello everybody, look in the background there, that's a topee. Well, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 topies, and in the foreground, 2 lions, one of whom we thought was going to start doing something useful this evening, other than lying down and lazing about, but it turns out, no, that isn't the case. They're having a bit of a play, rebonding, just discussing strategy perhaps for the oncoming hunt. You're back in the Mara Triangle, everybody, that's why they're topee here. My name is James Hendry. On camera today is Gendre. Gendre will not show you his grubby thumb at the moment because, of course, we are filming the thermal imaging camera. And Gendre's thumb is so grubby that the thermal imaging camera is unable to register it. Not so, Gendre. Anyway, we don't know what is going on here, frankly. That wind, let me just lick my finger and put it out the roof. The wind, to my mind, is not too bad for the lions. That seems to be coming very gently from the topi and onto the lions, which means that the topi won't be able to smell the lions, and the lions can smell the topi. And that's the situation you want if you want lions hunting. And just remember, we are completely live. You can ask us questions or comments. Hashtag SafariLive questions at wildlife.tv. Now, Rita, you want to know if the topi is related to the hartebeest that we find in South Africa. They are. They're part of the same family, Rita. The hartebeest and the sesame and the wildebeest are in the same family. So they're all in the same family. And we get hartebeests up here, and they're called Kirk's hartebeest. They're slightly different subspecies from the ones in South Africa. The eyes have pricked up a little bit. They are gathering. This is interesting. The topi seem to be not mindful of the fact that there are lions around. Anyway, we'll see what happens here. Then the topi, of course, are in fact very much like the sesame, a different subspecies of the sesame. And there they are in glorious thermal green. So it's more than just the fire. There are a whole lot more to the right-hand side. I'm not sure what these lions are waiting for, and I'd love you to, if you have any theories, it'd be good to know what you think they're waiting for. Now, a quick recap while we wait to see what on earth they're going to do. We are live, obviously, in the Mara Triangle. I would normally be addressing you by looking down the barrel of the lens and standing with a light on my face, but because these lions are now quite close to the topi, we're in complete black darkness. Cannot see anything around us but for the infrared light on those lions. So if we were to switch off the infrared, or if we were to switch the camera to its normal mode, you'd see nothing. I cannot see a thing outside the window of the car. And we're hunting with infrared, we're hunting with a thermal imaging camera, the latter of which seems to be faced at me right now. Andre, that's quite an interesting image, actually. There I am, everybody. Hello. See, my face is warm. I am not a zombie or a vampire. That is a relief. I thought I might be at one stage, but clearly I am as extant as you and I. Right, let's go back. Very nice. Thank you, Graham, for that. Graham becoming arty, of course. And the lion's just not particularly enthusiastically about to head off after the topi. There's a bit of wind now. You see, the wind is not actually great for them. It seems to be blowing the grass slightly towards the topi, and maybe that's why they're being a bit reticent. It's been swirling around here, blowing in different directions all afternoon, and that's because there's been a big storm down south of us. We thought it was going to pour with rain, and thankfully it hasn't done that. And this lion is deeply fatigued by life. She's in very good nick, you know. Very unscraped on the face, and that's quite interesting. Sorrel, you want to know if lions ever get bored? I think that is a wonderful, wonderful question. Just before I answer it, though, I want you to look at that lioness's face. And see if you can... I'm going to ask you a question, everybody. I'm going to see if you can tell a difference between this lioness's face and the Nkuhuma lioness's faces. You tell me if you can see any obvious difference there. Sorrel, do lions ever get bored? Yeah, I suppose they do, you know. I think the youngsters probably do. They like to play, and therefore I think boredom is probably a response to a need to play, to keep active. So it's, you know, there will be a function behind boredom. And I suspect boredom is the way, what's the body's way of saying, get up and do something. Let's keep the mind active, let's keep the body active, because that's what's going to keep us healthy. So I suspect, yes, the youngsters especially get bored. You wouldn't think that a lioness or a big male lion got bored from the amount of sleeping they do. Perhaps they do now and again. But no, I don't think lions get too bored once they're adults. But youngsters, yes. The animals that I think get the most bored are elephants. I think their brains are large, and I think that they think a lot, and I think that they do a huge amount of feeding all day long, especially in a drought. What's going on here? Especially in a drought, and I've noted lots of times at Djuma how the youngsters especially come up and they spend some time around the vehicle, and I think it's purely for entertainment purposes. Let's have another look at the FLIR camera now, the thermal imaging. And then topi seems to be walking slightly slightly closer maybe. And the lions can see them. I mean, it is astounding. You can't believe this. Jean-Ray, I don't suppose it would be possible for you to turn the camera off infrared very briefly, would it?
Facing the flow? Or?
No, facing out into the darkness, because I think it's difficult for people to appreciate that it is pitch black out here.
Okay. I'll do that and keep the monitor.
Okay, there we are. So we're going to switch from infrared. Watch this, everyone. That is the infrared off. So that is the amount of light that there is. Now, in that light that you're looking at now, which is obviously no light at all, those lions can see the topi. Isn't that amazing? Now we switch the infrared back on. That's so cool. That really is amazing. Wouldn't have a hope of seeing until we bumped into them. That really is very cool indeed. Hello, Stefan. You want to know if these lions have better eyesight than leopards do in the dark? I don't know. There's a nice big teeth. I don't know if they do, but I'm going to suggest that they probably do, and that's because I think that they hunt more at night than do the leopards. The leopards do quite a lot of hunting during the day. Right, now let's see what's going to happen here. Ready myself in the cockpit. Now maybe she's going to go and try and flank them. Randy, let's just have a quick look at the others to see what they're doing. There we go. They're watching her, but not really. Okay, we can go back to her. I think, yeah, let's watch her on the thermal. Moving towards the topi. If they're topi, I mean, we think they are. Now, we need to think about what to do. If she moves too much further forward, I'm going to follow her a little bit. Okay, I think we should just get a little bit behind her. Can you still see her, Jean-Ray?
Yeah, 130.
Okay. We're just going to follow her slowly. I've got no lights on now at all. Okay, I will tell you. Thank you, Jean-Ray. No, that's too bright. There we go. There's a nice gentle light. We've got a little bit of light in front of us. I can see her turning, thank you. Now let's see what's going to happen here. We've got to keep our distance. The other lions don't seem to be mobile yet. The best way for us to spot them is now going to be with a thermal camera because they're out of infrared range. Couple of holes here, everybody. Sorry, mind the seasickness. She's at 10. I'm just watching a hole. 9:30, can see her. Got her there, thank you. The numbers I'm saying, everyone, is Jean-Ray just saying she's at 9:30, she's at 10, she's at 11. There, what's that in front of her there? Look at that. What do you got there? What do you reckon, Graham? It's topi. It's definitely topi. They haven't seen her. She's moving now. No, they may have seen her. Here come the rest of the lions. Any idea where they are, Graham? They're running. Graham, where are they? Left or right? Okay. Topi running. Yeah, we're just going to quickly try and find the lion. She's in front of us. She's chasing the topi, everybody. You need to just be a little bit careful about driving here. She's stalking. She seems to be chasing. I think that's her in the second from the right. There she is. Okay, we need to try and get the infrared on them now, I'm afraid. Any idea how close? There the eyes are. I'm going to go a bit closer. This is fantastic. This is so amazing. You still see the lion, Graham? No, there she is. We've got the lion there in front of us now. So she gave up there. The rest of her clan absolutely unhelpful. I wonder if this is the same lioness perhaps that chased the Thompson's gazelle earlier on. So you can see there she was completely out of our range, quite a distance from us, probably about 150 meters or so. It's 450 to 500 feet. She's going back to the others. That's the lights of Angama Mara, you can see in the distance. That's where we stay. Fantastic that was. I mean, look, it didn't result in a result, but it was very fantastic nevertheless. Heidi, you want to know, as this lioness seems to have hiccups, how well a topee can see at night? Well, I think clearly very well indeed. There's no ways they saw the lion because of us. I think she's got hiccups, or she's about to be sick, or a hairball perhaps. And just in the background I can hear the topee going. She's got bad allergies. And she's obviously hungrier than the others. Eating a bit of grass. So hungry. So only one of them earlier on, I don't know if you've just joined us everyone, but earlier on, one of the lionesses went after a Thompson's gazelle all on her own. The others showed absolutely no interest, much the same as what's happening here. Let's just listen, and Graham, can we do a little scan perhaps, just to see if there isn't anything else in the offing? There's the other lions. We'll just have a quick look at the fleur there. There are the rest of the lions. And that's at 9:30 from where we are now. There she is. And nothing else really in terms of herbivore around where we are now. Let's see if she spotted something else. Now, as I was saying to you earlier, that young lioness that we've been paying attention to killed a young wildebeest in broad daylight, killed a young zebra in broad daylight today, and so the fact that she is hunting on her own does not in any way mean that she doesn't have a chance of catching something. She might well catch something on her own. The rest will then definitely try and share it with her, but she could easily catch something on her own. Stuart, you're wondering if the fact that she's hunting is because she's the only hungry lioness. Stuart, I'm not sure if she's the only hungry lioness. I don't think any of them are particularly ravenous. You know, they don't look skinny and emaciated. But she may be hungrier than the others, yes. All the others are just lazier than she is, and she's a productive lioness. At 1 o'clock. Just going through a little bit of a thicket there. I have to go around that. Okay, she's not on the hunt. I'll just put a little bit of light on so I can see what's going on. I think this is the lioness we want to be following, everyone. I don't think the others are going to be doing a great deal. She seems to be substantially more enthused about things than the rest. So let's follow her. Just going a little bit too far past her. Let's turn off, let her listen. Can't see anything in the thermal camera. We'll just keep watching her. The thermal camera's picking up warm, hot spots of earth, probably termite mounds, beyond her. But not much in the way of herbivorous antelope and wildebeest, of which there are hundreds of thousands around here at the moment. But who knows, a warthog might pop its head out of one of these termite mounds, and then the game will be on. She's turned around there, just because of the slight movement in the vehicle. She's so aware, smelling and listening and looking into the blackness of this night. It's moonless, it's starless, there is no light around at all. And somehow she is able to see. And also sleep. I imagine the rest of the pride will come up here eventually, but I think she's the one to be watching right now. We can't see the rest of the pride in the thermal camera. They are doing nothing. Okay, we're going to sit here with these kitties. Obviously, we're not going anywhere from here. There she is in her thermal imaging glory. Let's head across to Jamie, get an update from her. And if these lions do anything, we'll tell you about it immediately.
Well, hopefully we will find some kitties of our own to sit with, which is why I have come to Hyena Road, which has been my favourite standby road if ever I find myself on a quiet evening or afternoon or morning. Ever since Jandre, who is of course the cameraman with James, ever since he said nothing ever happens on Hyena Road, only to have the lions kill a buffalo in front of us about 5 minutes later on Hyena Road. Ever since then I've decided that Hyena Road is a good luck charm. I have to be honest though, so far it's not working for me. Every other road I've been on, it has had at least one scorpion or one beetle or one bug or something for us to look at. Hyena Road is devastatingly bare. Why? Stop crawling up my leg. Sorry. The fruit chafers they are around. Well, let's, since we're here, I'm trying to think if I can do a quick, let's do a quick head count. Hold on. Right. Not so bad, actually. Hold on one moment. We've got one fruit chafer here. There we go. And we've got one fruit chafer on the monitor. Here we go. Oopsie, sorry buddy. What's there? Something moved. No. You're not getting... No, this isn't how it works. This is not the idea. Look, there's a buddy for you. Go. No. Oh dear. I have a new friend. He's very attached. He or she is very attached. This is the fruit chafer that I've been talking about. There's different species crawling all over us. Lots of different types. Okay. Okay, alright, you can go then. I'll just pop you over there. There we go. Okay, then there's one here. How are you doing back there, Eggsy? Crying. Oh, I'm sorry. Please don't cry. There's one there. There's one here. Oh dear. Whoops, I dropped him. And one moth. One frantically fluttering. Oh, there he is. There he is. Wait. That didn't go according to plan at all. Where's the moth gone? Okay. Well, you get the general gist of things. Eggsy is covered in crawling things. On we go. I was thinking about it because creepy crawlies and hohos, which is the South African colloquialism for insects, hohos don't bother me in the slightest. Spiders don't bother me. Scorpions, snakes, I don't have a problem with. But centipedes are my deep dark fear. It used to be a secret fear, it's now very much not a secret fear. I was, however, thinking that if centipedes could fly, my life would be very, very different indeed. If centipedes could fly, I don't think I'd be a guide. In fact, I might not live outside of a bubble my entire life. Okay, so one thing we've learned from that experience, crawling up my sleeve, is that we're not stopping unless we really have to. Oh, that's just a leaf. Now, you know when you've got lots of things crawling on you and then you start to think everything is an insect? I've just bumped into Herbert, by the way. The lions, unfortunately, are still north of our boundary. So they haven't come south just yet, but that doesn't mean that they won't, and we're going to keep checking as we go along. I think Taylor's on her way there now. So we're going to just keep patrolling that particular area. It is wonderfully dedicated of Herbert to also be out and about this evening, helping us to track down and find things. Also really hoping for a chameleon. That would be a special end to the day, I think. As I search for my chameleon and dodge the bugs, and so Eggsy can get them all off him, let's jump on board with Taylor, who's not too far away.
I can actually see Jamie in the far distance, the far western side of Djuma. Now, we haven't had much luck. We keep seeing little eyes quite low to the ground, but every time we sort of stop and put the light on them, they slink away. So we're unsure of what we've been seeing. We just had that case now. Remember, the creatures that we are looking for at the moment are very shy. So when they are spotted with a light, they will move away. We got very lucky with that genet that we had earlier, everybody. Even though it was just a few seconds, a few moments of joy, it was quite amazing. So I am focusing on what's going on to the left and to the right of me. You can see me scanning with a spotlight. And we're moving into the area now, everybody, where the lions were seen. They were just north of our boundary, though. So I'm hoping now we've given them a bit of time. They've had a break from all the vehicles. And hopefully they've slipped back across. So I'm also looking on the ground for footprints, because maybe we're a few steps behind them. I'll be very happy to just find some lion footprints going south, and then that means we'd have a good chance of perhaps getting them. So one of the things we're going to do, we're going to also be going to check Buffelshoek Dam, just to see if they maybe they're drinking. But before I go there, I want to check. There's a little pan of water a little bit further west of us. It was closer to where they were, and I'm wondering if they perhaps haven't maybe gone there. So that's going to be the first order of business this evening. We're not too far away now. We're just slowly moseying on in that direction, and hopefully we'll be able to get to see them. And something that I found very interesting, the lovely Rebecca fed to me in my ear, was that James had a lion hiccuping. That's incredible. I've never seen that before. So I'm going to have to watch the highlights a little bit later, because that sounds very interesting. So we're scanning the spotlight very slowly. I don't want to miss anything. We've got some impala. We won't want to blind them, so I'm not going to shine on them. Impala, you used to look like you're sleeping. That's not a good sign for us. Perhaps there's nothing around, but we're still a little bit off from where these lions were left. And I haven't seen any more interesting creatures on the road. It seems to have gone very quiet. And lucky for me, I haven't been fighting waterbuck, sorry. Some zebra, everything in the dark. Ooh. Sorry, I was saying I haven't been fighting the bugs just yet. You know, last night I had to tape my shirt to my body so that they could not get down my shirt, and so I didn't have The same experience that Jamie had last night. David, are we getting close?
Yeah.
That sounded very convincing. We're not too far away, everybody. We'll get there eventually. Still haven't seen any footprints coming across just yet. But I think we've got one more dip to go. Is that correct, David?
I think so.
We think so. Between the two of us, we're trying to navigate Djuma in the dark. It's proving quite interesting. Though we haven't been doing too badly so far. It has taken us forever, though, to do our boundary patrol. But like I said, we're doing it slowly, and it seems to be working for us. And David has also made a request this evening that we go and drive on a Drakensberg Road at some point. And hopefully we'll find something like a honey badger, which apparently they've been sighted in that area before. Just going to quickly lean over the vehicle just to check for some tracks. Actually, let's dim the lights a little. Suppose I should shine into the bushes as well. Okay. I think Jamie's coming here too. I can just see. We're going to bump into Jamie, everybody. Having a look in the same spots. Great minds think alike. And I haven't seen the lions for a few days. Well, while we try and look for lions, I think you should head over to James and have a look at some actual lions.
Well, we're here, everybody. The lions have gone back to sleep. They've done a bit of thinking, but we have got something. Well, we were going to show you something quite special, but unfortunately well, there it is. Let's have a look at that. Everybody, while we wait for the lions to do something, please say hello to Graham Wallington. That's him there. You can see he's got a very hot mouth, and well, that's very telling, isn't it, really? That's his mouth there, of course. The reason that it is not hot around it is that he's sporting a beard. Very nice. That's nice. And show us what you were doing just before we came live, Graham. There we are. He's just tickling his brain. Excellent. Okay. Welcome to Safari Live, everybody. This is the Mara Triangle. And that is Graham Wallington scratching his ear. Now thank you, viewers. You've replied. That's interesting. You reckon that the nose looks longer compared to the lions of Djuma? I would say maybe marginally longer. But the thing that I noticed about that lioness's face, many of you have picked up, is that it has fewer scars on it. And that's exactly what I was thinking about. These lionesses didn't fight at all over that zebra kill yesterday. They did a little bit of growling and squabbling, but very little in the way of fighting. And the Nkuhumas seem to fight quite a lot. All South African lions that I've seen fight over their food extensively, and I think that's why they get such scars all over their faces. The males here definitely have got scars, and you can see, I mean, old Scar Face that we saw today, well, he has missing his right eye and the right eyelid, and that I'm almost certain was the result of a fight with another lion. Hello, James Richard, and you're asking, is their appearance solely different because of their environmental conditions or the conditions that they are living in? Yeah, I would say so. Look, like I said, there is probably some kind of small genetic distinction between these lions and the Southern African version, but they are in no way able or unable to interbreed with each other. I think some might describe them as a subspecies, but many would probably just decide them as the same species and have been genetically separated for some time. Many would also describe them as deeply lazy at this stage of the game, given that some of them clearly are hungry, but sleep has overwhelmed them. And this is what lions do, you see. And sometimes you've got to be real patient when you're looking at them. I must just tell you, I'm quite pleased they're going the direction they are now. They've kind of turned around a bit. So we weren't too far from the northern boundary of the Maasai, of the Mara Triangle. And there are no fences at all. And they go onto conservancy land there, much the same as the Sabi Sand and Timbavati are sort of private areas attached to the national park, so the same thing occurs here. Anyway, very nice that in this vast expanse of 510 square kilometres, or 51,000 hectares, that we've been able to watch these lions in. Well, very nice of them not to cross out of that massive piece of land. The lions, they're virtually indistinguishable from the grass. That, of course, makes them very successful hunters in this area. Not right now, they're being very successful sleepers. And hopefully something will come grazing across the lawns at some stage. We are constantly scanning for the signs of herbivores with the thermal imaging camera. And should any show their heads, well, we'll be very sure to tell you about it. But I think it is going to be worth sitting with these lions. It might take quite a long time before they actually do any hunting. But let's sit with them and see. So let's have a quick recap. If you have just joined us, we are on basically a 7.5 hour game drive at the moment. We'll come to a close, depending on what these lions do, at about 11:30 this evening. That's East African time. That's 10:30 Central African time. That's the time when the Sabi Sands has to actually close down. So Jamie and Taylor will go back in at that stage. We'll make a call on these lions around about then. If they seem to be completely fast asleep and all the viewers are completely fast asleep too, then we may well call it quits. But I suspect these things are going to go hunting, so I suggest you stay with us. And let's see what happens if you're cooking your dinner, or perhaps thinking, whoop, she heard the word dinner. You see that, Jandre? If you're cooking your dinner, or you are, I don't know, doing the washing and the ironing, perhaps you're trying to find mismatched socks somewhere in your sock drawer, keep this on in the background, because there's going to be some action at some stage tonight, I'm sure. Hello, Julia. You're wondering why I'm talking so loudly. Julia, I'm virtually talking at a whisper. This is me whispering, Julia. And you can hear it's almost the same volume as when I speak like this. The reason it's loud is because the microphone that I have attached to my head, yes, that is correct, attached to my head, is very efficient at picking up the sound. And we are very careful not to disturb these animals with sound, Julia. We absolutely do our very best to be completely observers here, not participants at all. And you can see that these lions are not in the slightest bit disturbed by the sound of my voice. Indeed, it would seem to be anesthetizing them entirely. They have been anesthetized, Jandre, you see that? By the sound of my voice. Jandre also has been anesthetized by the sound of my voice. He is no longer speaking at all. You still there, Jandre? Ah, I can hear him snoring behind us. He's a little sleepy. I will tell you that we've had a very pleasant packed lunch out here. And rather than my telling you about our packed lunch, let's tell you about the hyenas. Deborah, you want to know where they are. Unfortunately, they're a long way south of where we are now. I can hear them going. You see, that was very clever of me, although it's slightly nasty. The lions think there's a hyena sitting in this car next to them. Well, they're a little bit suspicious of it, but I don't think they're genuinely suspicious. Anyway, we can hear that noise way down to the south of where these chaps are. So I don't think they are following the lions. And I wonder if the lions didn't decide to head off in this direction. Ooh, high action here, everybody. Another lion has arrived. And is now sitting down. One of the things we did see, by the way, while you were away, is that one of these young males almost tried a sort of half-hearted mount of one of the females, and that means that they must be about to hit puberty, and that means that their days are numbered. Their days of being around this territory with the 3 new males are now deeply numbered. There are a couple of crickets calling in the background. A couple of tails flicking. Andre, I'm going to stand up. Hold on. Yes, put a little bit of white light on. Let's see what's going on. I'll be able to say hello to everybody, for I'm sure, although they're definitely not missing the sight of my face, I'm missing the sight of theirs. Let's say hello. Hi. So here we are in the Maasai Mara, everybody. It's night time. Can't see anything around me. Can just see Gendre's hat over the top of his lens where he's looking. I'll show you where we're staying. Not there, that's where the lions are staying. We're staying up there. Come on, Gendre. And what we're looking at there is the lights of Ngama Mara. Now I've got to tell you, the place that we're staying in, we've really lucked out at. It is the most gorgeous lodge. All we can see is a little bit of light there, I'm afraid. Not possibly the best view of the lodge, but it is a spectacular place indeed, and we're most privileged to be staying there. There in the background you can hear the hyenas. But otherwise everything is very deeply peaceful out here. Just listening now. Some hippos grunting. Many crickets. A couple of frogs. Hippos again. But everything is a very quiet night indeed. And I wonder, you know, last night these lions were very enthusiastically on the hunt from the word go. I wonder if that wind and rain, which allowed them to be almost invisible to the other animals around the place, I wonder if that didn't allow them or inspire them slightly more from the current conditions. Perfectly still now, no rain at all, 1 or 2 stars in the sky, but nothing to sort of write home about. But this is what it is, hunting lions at night, you see. We've got to be a bit patient sometimes. Their heads are up. The thermal imaging camera seems to be on strike. I think that's because the operator's on strike. I don't suppose we could have a scan, could we? Yes. Here we go, sorry, here we go. One doesn't want to tell one's boss what to do, of course. But sometimes one must. Oh dear. Graham's just thrown his supper onto the floor, either in a temper or because he tripped over it. There's not a lot of space in here, of course. I've not turned on the windscreen wipers by mistake. And the lions have seen something. And we'll just get the thermal imager up and see what they've seen. Come on, let it be something walking towards them. No. There is nothing in the clearings. I can hear the lowing of a herd of buffalo. Oh. I'm just listening. This lioness is also listening. Might be a distress call of a buffalo.
There's 2 lions, I think, that have gone out in front. How many lions are here?
Let's just check. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 in there.
2 there.
And 2 there. So they're all here. We're going to keep listening in the distance there. If it does turn out to be a buffalo distress call, we might decide to go over and see what it is. But in the meantime, let's head across to Jamie, get an update from her and find out what's happening down in South Africa.
Look at this lovely scene in front of us. An entire herd of kudu that I can't see a thing. It's just pitch black in front of me. But with these incredible IR lights, we're able to watch and observe them going about their evening business. Oh, look at the little male. You can just see the tips of his horns popping through. Gangly little teenager. And there is a whole herd of them here. Now typically for our new viewers, the reason that this is so incredibly exciting is that at night we do not spotlight general game species or diurnal species. In other words, animals that move about during the day. And we don't do that because it can actually hinder their night vision or their ability to see in the dark. And we don't want to make them more vulnerable to predators. But the infrared light does not affect them. And so we get to sit and watch them as they move around. Total and complete darkness. It must be very strange for them as well. They must be wondering what on earth the silly human being is doing, sitting in complete blackness and staring at them. Oh, the trees look rather ghostly in the infrared light, don't they? Unfortunately, I think that spells the end of our kudu. They seem to have moved off. I'm going to try and reposition so that we can get another view. And I'll try and do that slightly. Let me turn on my right light, so the one not facing them, so that I can see what I'm doing. Whoopsie. Otherwise that could be disastrous if I try and go bumbling about in the dark. Okay. I've got no idea where they are. Not a clue. They're somewhere in the black, inky blackness off to my left. This is fun. Let's guess where the animals have gone. Can we see them? I can't see them. Oh, I can't see the road either. Whoopsie. I nearly drove off the road. Kudu? Where did you go? Aha, easy, providing a little bit of extra infrared light. Sorry, I had to have a good chuckle. Rebecca just said through my earpiece it's like a scary movie and that they're going to just suddenly come bounding out of the darkness. It is a little bit like a scary movie, I have to tell you. When you sit in the inky blackness and you know that there's stuff out there, I'm just waiting for a lion to come or emerge out of the greenish infrared light. I can't see them, Eggsy. I think there's movement at the back there. No, I think that's my imagination. I think it's my mind playing tricks on me. Let's try one more time. I think the road is in this general vicinity. Sort of just aiming straight and hoping we succeed. I wonder where we are. We're somewhere on Buffelshoek cut line. Kudu? Any kudu? Nope. I think they must have moved further into the vegetation and away from the crazy human beings that are just sitting in the darkness, as far as they know. Okay, well, in that case, let us continue on. I tried one more time just to see whether or not the lions have popped out, but they have not. The one thing that is nice about lions, I can turn my lights on now, is that even in the dark with our headlights on, their tracks are relatively easy to see. So if they had crossed the road, I would have known about it because I would have seen their tracks. Where to next? I'm saving Zoe's up. I'm saving Zoe's up as sort of the last road that I drive. There's something there. Eggsy, get ready. It's something. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Sorry, just a Dacre. My mistake. Not the first time that's ever happened to me. Dacre is an antelope, and therefore, at that distance, even our infrared lights won't be able to get it. Okay. Well, I know I'm not the only guide in the world that's ever made that mistake when it comes to Dacre. Let's head across to Taylor and find out if she's ever made that particular error.
Hello everybody. we are looking at something. I don't know what it is. Maybe let's just see if we can have a look with the camera. I think it could be a nightjar sitting on the ground, but it's very difficult to see, everybody. Okay, we won't worry about it. It's definitely not something big and not a genet and not something that I think we need to be looking at. I think my verdict is what I saw was a nightjar. We won't spot that. We don't want to stun it, so I'll take my spotlight off of it, but it was just to make sure. Now, we haven't found anything just yet. Still looking for another genet, still looking for anything that we can find, and we're trying not to be tickled by all the bugs. So, hang on, what do we have here? No, we've just got antelope tracks, never mind. My mind got very excited. Earlier today, we were sitting with a beautiful herd of elephants, and I was telling you all about how important elephants are and the ecological importance of the elephants to sort of the environment. Now, James Richard has asked a very long, complicated question. I'm just going to simplify it very, very quickly. So James wants to know, do rhinos have a similar role that elephants play? Now, James, it's a tough question to ask. So elephants have obviously got that very specific role where they come through and they turn very long grasslands down into shorter grasslands. I don't think the rhinos play as much of an important role when it comes to feeding. I think they will fall in with the impala and the wildebeest that like to come through and eat the shorter crop grass. So, however, rhino dung, however, and their middens are very important for little insects like dung beetles that will actually collect balls of their sort of feces and roll it up and lay their eggs inside a ball like that. So there's some significance, but very much different to the elephants, not quite in the feeding matter. But those big dung middens that rhinoceros leave behind them, yes, they've had a very important role for feeding, providing food for the larval stages of a lot of insects that we have around in this area. So we checked Buffels Hook Dam, everybody, and unfortunately we haven't found anything. There were just a few of those handy sand frogs chirping away. We've done Drakensberg Road because David says that they've seen a serval once before, but unfortunately we didn't find the serval either. So it seems like the animals are evading us just for the moment. And now our next plan is we're going to help with Jamie and join Jamie in the search of looking for the chameleons. Though I know she's trying to have a look for those lions too. And unfortunately it doesn't seem like they've crossed just yet. So I'm going to head all the way back down to the southern boundary again. And hopefully check a few of the trees around there and see if we perhaps can't pick up on a chameleon. Though I'm also checking now. And nothing quite yet. So David was actually asking, how on earth do we spot chameleons? Because remember I said David's helping me, he's got his spotlight out. So something that we're looking for as we're driving along is we're looking for a whitish grey reflection, and not the reflection that you see from an animal's eyes when you put a spotlight on it. It's more of just a colour that we're really looking for. So it's just a different colour, sort of white on the green leaves or on the branch. It stands out quite nicely. And if I do find one, I will show you and see if you can spot the chameleon from the distance. But it's quite easy once you get the hang of it. And I'm hoping for a little bit more rain. And then hopefully we'll see a few more chameleons come out too. Alright, animals, where are all of you? Are we going here? Just doing a little thumbs up over there. Just to say, I don't even know where we're going. David, what road are we on now? We're hoping we're still on Djuma, everybody.
Yeah, no, we definitely
Oh, we are on a road where an elephant has kindly blocked it. Can you all see that? Look at this big tree that's in the way. Normally I would get out and move it, but this one has got lots of thorns on. And I think we may need a chain to loop around the edges of the branches. It's quite a big tree as well. Oh, and then then we'll have to pull it with a vehicle. So that will be some work for me tomorrow to come and remove this tree off the road. There's quite a few actually on this road. There was obviously a big herd that we're feeding here. This one has pushed down a big African wattle. But we'll come and move them in the morning. Right, everybody. Right. I think while we bumble along and look for our chameleons and whatnots that are out in the bush, see what Jamie's got for you.
There's a civet, and it's gone. Unfortunately. There it is, popping out. How awesome is that? Our first of our slightly larger nocturnal species. It's nearly gone. Awesome. How cool is that? Now that is not an animal that we get to see all that often. I'm going to just see if it decides to come back. It was really close when I first spotted it, but it kind of dashed off a little bit and then went to the bushes. So a civet is one of the few animals out here that munches on millipedes. And whenever we find a civetry, which is like a civet latrine, place where they deposit their feces on a regular basis, and it is feces because it's got a combination, it's an omnivorous diet. Just checking to see whether or not it comes back out. Now, civets are fantastic little creatures. They walk regular pathways, and whenever we get up in the morning, we always see their tracks walking along a very regular one way up, and then another set coming back down. They're very, very much creatures of habit. My dog Lexi had a very special relationship with a civet for the first few months of her life, where she was about the same size. The civets are probably up to about 20 or so kilograms. Dave, just go in there, please. In the middle of the spotlight. At the back, right at the back. There's something moving there. Hold on. It's just shifted away. I think it actually went round that way. Unfortunately, I can't get any closer. Thanks, Eggsy. Sorry. Don't know where it's gone. Let's try the fire break. Might as well. See whether we have any luck there. Oh no, actually that fire break part is really, really not all that good a road. Sorry, just moving my spotlight. And there you go, Liz, you wanted to see, there it is. I see you. I see you. How about we try and make it possible? Oh, it's very far away. Liz, you wanted to see a civet? There you go. We saw one. They are very cool animals. Right, I was talking about my dog and the relationship she had with the camp civet where I used to work. And Lexi, my friend Emma's got the most amazing picture of Lexi watching a civet eat out of her dog food bowl. She never quite knew what to do with it. She was about the same size when she was a puppy, roughly 20 kilograms or so. Have I got it? Spider webs. Sorry for everyone that's making feel slightly ill. You should see the spider webs that are on our antenna. They're all stretched across the entire vehicle. I don't think you'll be able to see it that clearly, but you can sort of see it. We've been gathering cobwebs. They're all over, right up and down the antenna. Anyway, so the story with my dog goes that she always wanted to play with the civet. And she'd go running up to it and she'd do the, try and invite the civet to play with her, which of course the civet could not have been less interested in. And eventually one day the civet lost its temper and turned around and let out the most incredible growl. I had no idea that they made such a noise, but it was quite terrifying. It puffed itself right up and gave this enormous growl and raced, sort of charged her. She didn't play with the civet after that. And now She's a big dog. I mean, she's an adult and she's a big dog, and she completely ignores the civet. But for a while, civet, Lexi's closest friend was a civet. She's a Weimaraner, so the prey instinct is quite high, but she doesn't tend to chase anything. She just wants to play. I'm quite excited about the civet. I'm going to head off and see what else we can find. I wonder whether or not James's lions are thinking the same thing. Let's go have a look.
Right, everybody, massive action here. You can see, if you look very carefully on the left-hand side of the screen there is a piece of grass waving very slightly in the wind. There it is. Sorry, it's on the right-hand side. Jandre, quickly, before it stops waving. Where? That's it. Well done. Excellent. This, I'm afraid, everyone, is how lions hunt sometimes. I'm personally of the opinion that they are going to hunt, but when that eventuality takes place, well, I'm just not sure when it's going to be. Now remember, we are live from the Mara Triangle in Kenya. If you're not familiar with Kenya, as I wasn't until fairly recently, well, it's a magnificent country in East Africa, and certainly the site of many famous great wildlife films. Many of the scenes that you saw in The Lion King, that biologically heinously inaccurate film, but heartwarming story that we saw both as a cartoon and on stage, well, many of those sorts of scenes are found right here in the Mara Triangle where we find ourselves now. Likewise, the great film Out of Africa with Meryl Streep and Robert Redford in their prime, that was shot actually in these very hills, over these very plains. He flew that funny little wasn't a Sopwith Camel, was it? Something like that. Anyway, that was the plains that they flew over in that biplane. And he's actually, Dennis Fitch-Hatton, the chap on whom the character was based, is buried not far from where we're staying at Ngama Mara. And that very final scene, I don't know if you've seen Out of Africa, everybody, but if you haven't, I suggest strongly that you go and, I nearly said get it at the video store, but of course such things don't really exist anymore, do they? You can get it on Netflix or something like that. There's a wonderful scene where poor old Dennis, spoiler alert, is put in the ground to go and join the worms, and he was buried very close by to where we actually, Rajandra and I are sharing a room. That brings with it, of course, its own problems, but there's a little hillock next to where we live, and that's where this amazing scene of Dennis Fitch-Hatton's funeral took place, and there was a lion sitting on top of his grave, and it is the most beautiful place. If ever I am put in the ground, I hope that I shall have a view like that from my final resting place. That lion, oh, I've stood up, everybody, that's why I'm panting so heavily. That lion is now sort of looking around the place. Hang on a second, Jandre, I'm in a deeply uncomfortable position. Okay, there we are. Now, let me introduce you to the crew over here. The lions, of course, the main characters, doing absolutely nothing at all to entertain us, and so it is left to me and Jandre's very skillful camera work to tell you what's going on. Down in the bowels of the vehicle here we have Joseph. Joseph, wave at the camera. Joseph is fast asleep currently. And in the back, Mrs. Wallington was fast asleep until fairly recently too. She seems to have picked up a small bug on the aeroplane, unfortunately, but I think she's okay now. And Graham, well, we don't know what he's doing really, but we're not allowed to talk about that. That's the crew that we have out here tonight. Jandre, of course, standing there in his... bought a new hat while we were at the airport, everyone. It's, well, it suits him, I suppose. Let's have a look at the lions. Look at that, Jandre. I think there's another piece of grass waving on the right-hand side of them. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Yeah, look, there it is. It moved. Did you see that? It's moving again. I'd love to show you where the other two are, but I'm afraid the thermal imaging camera operator's gone on strike again. We have to have a word with him. His union-mandated hours have completed. Oh, hello Dave from Indiana. Great question from you. You want to know how close to the equator we are. We are just south of the equator, not very far south, probably I think about 400 kilometers or so, which is about 60 times 4, which is 240 miles away. To the north of us is the equator. And what that means is that it is pretty consistent, the climate here. It's not always summer, no, but they do have a coolish season and then a hottish season. But what makes the climate here so amazingly perfect is the altitude. We're currently sitting at about 1,500 meters above sea level, and that in feet is about almost 5,000 feet above sea level. Then, if you go up onto where Ngamamara is, where we're staying, that's 1,900 feet above sea level, and it's just, the climate is perfect. It's consistent. The coldest temperature it ever gets here, 9 degrees Celsius, which is about 50 Fahrenheit, and the hottest temperature it ever gets to is about 34 or so, which I think is around about 90 degrees Fahrenheit. So never particularly unpleasantly cold or hot, and so I think that makes it even better than I think it makes it even better than I thought it was before. And Phoebe, you say, is it normal for us to have afternoon thunderstorms here throughout the year? Phoebe, no, it's not normal to have them throughout the year. We do have thunderstorms every so often, and every afternoon we've been here. Why are you putting your finger in my ear? My cable's coming out of my head. Sorry, everyone. Jandre, suddenly there was a finger in my left ear. It was very disconcerting indeed. Phoebe, things I have to deal with up here. I'm just going to have to compose myself. Phoebe, this time of the year we're into what we call the short rains, and apparently it's a short period of about 4 or 5 weeks. So I've read 2 weeks, but how anyone can predict rain to that accuracy, I don't know. Say 4 or 5 weeks where a bit of rain comes, and it does come in the form of afternoon thunder showers, and by the morning they've sort of cleared away. And then there's the long rainy season, which I think is between kind of February and April. It's about 6 weeks or so when they have the longer rains here. I'm not sure what the rainfall is here. I think it's probably in the region of 700 millimeters or so, which is about 24, 25 inches. I've got a question from Brian in the final control, and he wants to know how the intertropical conversion rate works. I have no idea what on earth he's talking about. He may as well have asked me that question in Hebrew. I'm afraid I am unable to help him with that. I would suggest he uses the extremely good internet connection we have in the final control in the Sabi Sands, and perhaps he can look it up there. Thank you for that question, Ryan. Hope to meet you soon, possibly with my right fist. Let's have another look at the lions. This time I think there's a central piece of grass moving. There it is. Fantastic. Now everyone, if you're wondering why we aren't driving around looking for things, the reason is simply that we're here to follow these lions on the hunt. Yesterday they did an incredible job of hunting, and I'm sure at some stage during tonight you might find that they get up and go away while we are fast asleep here, but we're going to hope that that doesn't happen. But this is how we're going to follow lions live on the hunt. So keep watching, and while we do that, let's head across to let's head across to Ryan's consort, Taylor. She's in the Sabi Sand searching for the great creatures of Djuma.
So we've found ourselves a spider, everybody. Now this could be one of two spiders, either a nursery web spider or a wolf spider. However, I'm going to go with a wolf spider on this one, just because they are fairly common in this area. They look quite similar, but I think the markings on this one just seems to be a lot more like a wolf spider. It's a little bit more robust as well. The nursery web spider, the sort of abdomen seems to be, or cephalothorax seems to be quite long and sort of more slender than what we see over here. quite pretty though, and amazing is it's just sitting here quietly in the light. It was actually running around for a moment, so I'm glad it's decided to sit still. Can you also all hear the frogs in the distance? No, now they've stopped, of course. Sorry, it was quite pretty, so I just wanted you to hear it. So this is another spider that is not venomous to humans, so you could probably pick it up. Not that I'd want to. And like the scorpions and things that we've been seeing, they are nocturnal and they are very good hunters. So these little spiders that we're looking at, though it's not quite little, it's probably, oh, I don't know how big it is, probably about 4 centimeters wide by about 5 centimeters long, so not massive but not tiny either. And they actually stalk and hunt their prey. They don't make a web, so they are active hunters, which is quite amazing. Sometimes you see them digging tunnels too, but I have never found a wolf spider tunnel. I normally just see them at night occasionally running around, but they are quite quick as well. They move very, very quickly. That's why I was so happy that this one decided to wait for us. Pretty amazing, right? Not my favorite creatures, unfortunately, spiders. I like to look at them from a distance. So I used to actually have to catch the spiders growing up, everybody, because my dad, who is, sorry, is 6'2" and is an absolute baby when it comes to spiders. Often I used to hear a high-pitched squeal and I'd run to my mom because it sounded like a woman was screaming. And it wouldn't be, it would be my dad, who would be in another room, and usually it was in his cupboard where he keeps all his clothes, and then he would threaten. He'd say, "Taylor, take it outside or I'm going to kill it." And because I'm a nature lover, I don't want to kill anything, I'm afraid. So I used to be quite brave, and I'd take a piece of paper and a glass, and then I'd capture the spider like that. But then I would throw the cup and the piece of paper outside and then go and pick it up in the morning. I was always scared that the spider was going to take revenge and then try and crawl on me. Now I don't even do that. I call for help. And that's because I had a traumatic experience with a rain spider that chased me. And I know you think I sound ridiculous right now, but I'm standing by it. I was chased by a big rain spider when I was actually studying to become a guide. And it wasn't fun. It was trying to take a shower too, and it kept following me around the bathroom. And when I eventually thought that it had disappeared, it hadn't. Can you believe it? It was still there, it just hid from me. And I finally said, okay, well, I called everybody into the room to try and take it out, and they laughed at me. So I went over and turned the taps on in the shower, and as I turned the hot water tap, and then I went to reach over to the cold water tap to adjust the temperature, and there was this rain spider with its pedipalps up at me. It was a very angry spider. That was the end of me, and I don't like spiders anymore. But just to give you an idea, a rain spider looks very much like a tarantula, but much more slender, not quite as robust as a big tarantula, but still pretty intimidating. They're quite large spiders in this area. So yes, that's my embarrassing spider story. And now you know why I'm so afraid of them. So we're going to leave this spider. Let's see. Sorry, Rebecca, I didn't hear that question very well. Sorry, we're under the power lines again, I'm afraid. So, good evening, Ludicrow. Ludicrow wants to know, do any dangerous insects drop out of the trees at night? Well, I hope not. Try not to drive under any trees. Things like scorpions. So even that scorpion that we saw this evening, they actually spend most of their day under the bark of the Acacia nigrescens tree. And I wouldn't like it if that dropped out. We'll get a few spiders, but I want to show you something else. I was going to get out, but I think I probably shouldn't get out now that it's after dark. And what else could possibly pop out of a tree? There's things like stink bugs, which are not particularly dangerous, but they're very foul-smelling. And when they're frightened, they spray a very foul-smelling substance that is terrible. But now we are looking at a shongololo, which is the South African name for a millipede, and I quite like it. You can actually even see its tracks. I don't know, can you see the footprint that it's leaving behind? On the left, you have to look very carefully, but it's like a little train track. Can you see that? That's quite nice, and the nice soft sand. And another nocturnal species. So I want to mention something about tracking very quickly, because it's something that most of us guides spend a lot of time doing. Now, I'm sure a lot of you at home are wondering, how on earth do you track, or how do you tell that a track is fresh? Now, here's a good clue. You've got a lot of animals and insects that come out at night, for instance, the scorpions, certain spiders, this millipede. Now, if you were to see a millipede track going through a lion track, you would know that that lion had walked here during the middle of the night. So those are little clues that we are looking for. And the same thing with the scorpion track. They're only coming out in the evenings. I just thought I'd pop that out to you. But yeah, not too many crazy critters falling out of the trees, though I don't spend too much time at night walking underneath the trees. Now, this little millipede, and I did mention this the other night, everyone, but just to recap, for all the new viewers that are watching the safari marathons, this millipede has indeed got a chemical defense. So if I were to go and pick it up now, it probably wouldn't be too happy with me, and it will secrete an orange substance that is quite stinky, and it's actually got small quantities of cyanide in it. Not enough to do anything to us, but if something were to in a civet, you didn't grab it in the right place, it's going to get a mouthful of horrible secretion. And the scientists reckon that if we eat 100 of these, then we could probably suffer from cyanide poisoning. So don't eat them, just watch them. Now, Mr. Millipede or Mrs. Millipede, you better be very careful, because there are lots of scorpions about this evening, and the scorpions that we're seeing like to eat you. So hopefully you don't come across a big one like we had earlier. Otherwise you're going to be in a little bit of trouble, and you could possibly be dinner of this little millipede. But let's carry on, and we'll try not to squish the millipede. Goodbye. They're quite funny to pick up. So, speaking of tracks, everyone, Justin S. wants to know, how does a track become fossilized? Now, that's an interesting one. You may have stumped me a little bit there, Justin. I'm going to go and say that once a track forms, I could be talking absolute nonsense, of course, but maybe it'll provide some entertainment for you this evening. Possibly through sort of various types of weathering and erosion that happens. So when a track forms in the mud, especially in some cotton soil, and I think it would stay there for quite a long time, and possibly as new sand and wind blows over it and starts to cover it in a different substance, so maybe not the same type of soil, a different type of soil, and this could go on for a very long time and eventually just cover the track, but also molding the track, almost filling it, like Jamie was talking about, adding sort of a plaster Paris to a track, and to try and mold it. So I imagine that's sort of the way that tracks are fossilized. Lots of beetles on the road, everybody. Hopefully we'll find some really good ones to chat about. So if you see me swerving, it's just because we've been seeing a lot of these beetles. And I am looking for other critters this evening. And we're so spoiled to see that genet, and I'm going to keep talking about the genet. And we've been seeing lots of bush babies too, but unfortunately, these pesky bush babies are a lot harder to catch on camera than we've been blessed with the last few evenings. We seem to keep catching them on film quite easily. So I'm actually hoping now, while we're driving, we're going to be able to spot one, and then we can quickly show you, because it's proving hard to get them to sit still this evening. It's like they've had a few of the energy bars we've been packed, to make it through these long nights. Not that we really need the energy, the adrenaline helps. That's probably the best source of energy boost we could get, is a dose of adrenaline. Now we're looking for a road. David, we're looking for Shibam Road, Shibamu. Okay, we've still got a little bit of a way to go. We are back on the cut line again. Just doing our rounds, just checking. No sign, and we haven't heard the lions just yet. Here we're going through a little drainage. It's a good spot to find something like a leopard, or even actually a civet. And I know you got to see a civet this evening too, possibly very quickly. Let's just check. It's a good area. Nothing. Nothing. Oh. So no luck here. But we will persevere. And we still haven't found our friend the chameleon. We're looking though. But no luck as of yet. And I said this last night, I really wish I could show you all the stars, because they really are so beautiful. Lots of corrugations over here. No frogs. Just checking little watering holes again. No change in them. Have a look at this little wetland here. Nothing. Okay, no, got excited, it was just a dead leaf, not a chameleon. So I think, I need to think of a really good game plan and how to find some more creatures this evening. So while I ponder away, maybe see how Jamie's night is going.
Well, I feel as though I found all of the scrub hares on Djuma this evening. There's at least 6 of them here in the open area, very close to the dam and the dam camera, for those of you who watch our 24-hour live feed from the dam cameras. Very, very close to Djuma Dam itself. And there's about 6 scrub hares wandering about. Let me just reconfirm. Oh, I've lost one of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm sure I saw 6. I think they're just casually hopping about. Now, earlier on, while you were with Taylor, Eggsy and I nearly saw little baby scrub hares being made. There was a male very definitely courting a female, and he was chasing her round and round. She was giving him a serious run for his money. Every time he approached her, he'd go up and he'd sniff, and then she would dash off again as soon as he tried to mount her. So she's obviously coming into estrus, and the male attempting to mate with her and to sort of lay claim to that particular possibility. It's great fun to watch in infrared. I'm providing a little bit of an additional spotlight, just because it's a nice way of illuminating them ever so slightly, but it is wonderful to watch in infrared. Those long, powerful legs. Now, don't forget, if you are joining us for the first time, first of all, I'd like you to marvel at the fact that you are watching this live from wherever you happen to be, and you're watching a stream that's coming to you live from the middle of the African bush, whether it be from Kenya or from South Africa. And because it's live, it means that you can ask us questions. And you can do that, and please do that. Please, please send us through your questions. You can do that on hashtag SafariLive on Twitter, or you can email through to questions@wildearth.tv. And happy World Rhino Day, just as a little reminder for all of you. A day to celebrate a fantastic and very much endangered species, or several endangered species. Well, as you can see, and as I'm sure you knew, the scrub hares are purely herbivores, but with a very, very fascinating aspect to their digestive system, in that their digestive system, as opposed to that of the ruminants, where they chew on everything at least twice before it goes through the 4-chambered stomach combination, the scrub hare is a slightly different and slightly more revolting approach to digestion. So what it'll do is it'll digest, swallow, and then as it defecates out, see, look how many of them there are. There's at least 3 there. As it defecates, it will eat the dung straight from, well, from its source. I don't think that needs any further elaboration. And in that way, they slowly but surely make sure that they get the most out of their food that they have eaten. It is known as coprophagy, the process of eating one's dung. Baby zebra do it, baby elephant do it, baby hippo do it to the dung of their mothers in order to get the antibodies and also the digestive bacteria that they need in their guts. They get that from consuming the dung of their mothers. And scrub hare have a slightly more complex approach. And also slightly, well, it sounds slightly disgusting to us as human beings. Alright, all 6 scrub hares have pretty much disappeared. There's a couple of them in the distance there. And I think perhaps it's time to go off in search of things on Zoe's Road. I've been saving Zoe's Road because I have a feeling it's going to be a bonanza of nocturnal animals. And see how confidently I said that. It's one of the leopards' favourite pathways. They love walking along Zoe's Road. And I know there are aardvark tracks there regularly. I know there's lots of old disused burrows. And there's so many things to find there. And I always see honey badger tracks as well. I'm going to clear Eggsy of the shame, who I called Dave earlier. Sorry, Zander. Force of habit. I'm going to go carry on. Let's head back to James in the Mara.
Jackals, we think, everybody. They were originally hyenas, then they were topi, then they were servals, and now we think that those 2 little things there are jackals. They're just behind the car. Don't think they've seen the lions, and we haven't been able to move. We don't actually have any infrared light on them at all, but they've come wandering through the darkness of the night here, straight towards the lions, and I think they got wind of them perhaps. The night has become extremely still indeed, which means that there's virtually no wind, and so the wind is not blowing from the jackals onto the lions or vice versa. The lions didn't lift their heads one little bit, and now, Graham, they're roughly at 6 o'clock moving away. They're roughly just at 5 o'clock to us, everyone, and moving away. It's quite cute, isn't it? You get both species of jackal here, well, both species that you get at Djuma, side-striped and black-backed. You also get bat-eared fox here, believe it or not, and I don't think there's a bat-eared fox. There they go. I'm afraid we're running out of space there. Let's just have a quick thermal sweep, if you don't mind, Graham. We've kind of lost the thermal now. Let's have a quick look at the lions. They haven't moved at all. Okay, we can still see the... Oh, that's a hyena, a little bit closer to us now. That's what it did. There we are. Now that's possibly from a different clan, but I'm not sure. It's difficult to tell. Remember, the clans here are enormous, up to 50 of them in one clan. There we go, back towards the thermal camera now. And we're just doing a scan around to see what's there. There's some kind of heat signature at the top of your picture on the horizon there, but not much else is going on around here. Now, we came through enormous herds of wildebeest and zebra today, and we thought for sure these lions would try and have a go at one of them, but there they are. As you can see, immobile, that's 4 of them. And Graham, and the other 2 to the left of them? Yes, they are. Snoring soundly to themselves. So let's have a quick recap of where we are, in case you've just joined us wondering what it is you're watching. You're watching Safari Live, and we are broadcasting to you from the Mara Triangle, and also simultaneously, astoundingly, from South Africa, the Kruger National Park. What is that?
Two jackals.
The two jackals. We're back on the jackals. And we're waiting to see whether these lions hunt or not. They hunted last night. It was a fantastic sighting. They took down a little zebra, and they're a little bit reticent to do anything other than sit around this evening for some reason. But I think they may well go hunting a little bit later on. So we're going to sit here in a very pleasant evening, smelling the glorious smell of the Mara grasses, enjoying the sight of one or two stars from a slightly different sky from the one we're used to. And down in the Sabi sand, Jamie and Taylor are scouring the landscape for the little animals. And I'm so glad you had a brief visual, I think, of a civet. You had a genet. I think there have been a couple of bush babies, definitely a scorpion or two, a solifuge, a spider, and these are the sorts of things we see at night. And of course, the real highlight would be something like an aardvark down in the Sabi sands. I've only ever seen one in that area. Tingano, the male leopard, of course, has eaten many of them. Maybe that's why we don't see them so often. And perhaps even a pangolin. That would be really good to see a pangolin down in the Sabi sand. There could be one here as well. We're going to focus on these lions. The reason we aren't around the place looking for other things, because I've no doubt we could be finding a number of other interesting things around here. But the reason we're waiting with these lions is that we've come here to tell the migration story and to meet new characters. So the migration story, quintessential African wildlife story of wildebeest coming up from the Serengeti into the Mara at this time of the year. 1.4 million of them, 300,000 Thompson's gazelles, 200,000 Grant's zebra, 12,000 eland and various other animals come in and out of this area throughout the year. But during that migration period, of course, they cross the great swirling waters of the Mara River, producing some of the greatest spectacles on planet Earth. And we've come here to tell that story and to meet the lions that thrive off that migration. And this is the pride we've chosen to introduce you to, and I think it's quite nice because it mirrors our own Nkuhumas in many ways. We know that the Nkuhumas have had trouble, well, I mean about, what was it, in June last year, of course, in the winter. I always like the fact that it happened in the winter of 2015. The Birmingham boys came in from the north and they chased off the resident Matimbas. They took over that area, they killed the cubs from the Styx Pride, and now they've produced 8 more of their own. It's exactly the same that's happened to this lot over here. They have been recently taken over by 3 males called the Marsh Male Coalition. They've killed 7 cubs apparently, and now these ones are going to have to start again in much the same way that the Nkuhumas and the Styx did. So it's really quite a nice mirror story, and we will see the differences, whether those differences are due to them being up here in East Africa in slightly different conditions, or whether it's just a variation between lion prides and different takeovers. Who knows? It's all just rather fascinating, and it's a great privilege to be out here in the Mara Triangle with them. Well, Jason, a very good question from you. You say, what happens to a coalition of male lions once they have their territory actually taken over by another coalition of male lions? Well, I don't think there's any kind of a definite answer to what happens in any way. We think these 3 that came into this area took over from Scarface, a magnificent beast we saw today, huge lion, but coming to the end of his days. He's probably, I think, about 12 years old. Maybe 10 to 12 years old, but he still looks in pretty good nick. He has got a bit of a limp, but that's not unusual for a lion of his age. We thought he was gone. We didn't think we'd ever see him again. He's come back across the Mara River. He's come out of the greater Maasai Mara, back into his old haunt. Who knows what will happen with him? The Matimba males, well, they just kind of went into retirement down south of the Sabi Sand in Londolozi, and there they've kept a sort of postage stamp-sized piece of territory for the last little while. They've hunted buffalo, especially during the drought. They've done pretty well. They ate a giraffe that fell over in a pan and couldn't get up again, and they've been living there very comfortably in retirement. I believe there was some mating with the Solala pride down there as well. So although they don't seem to be capable of holding on to any kind of decent-sized territory, they're living out their retirement days, not fighting too much with other males, mating a bit, and eating a huge amount. So they've gone into very comfortable retirement. It's not always like that. My male like Scarface, he could end up completely on his own, and he'll start to lose condition as he loses mass. Except in this area, of course, he can scavenge a lot more than he can in a place like Djuma. So, in a place like the Kruger Park, all the lion territories are full, and they don't have a huge amount of sort of natural die-off of herbivores. Most of the herbivores there are killed by predators, and so a male lion that's ousted from his territory there normally can't eat very much. A male lion's a very good scavenger, not a great hunter on his own. Often they resort to hunting things like porcupines because they find them in the night and they lose condition very quickly, and then eventually they go to dust, like our old friend Dennis Fitch-Hatton, buried not too far from here on top of the Ulololo escarpment. The case of Scarface, though, is interesting, and I think it's very interesting for any ousted male lion in this particular part of the world, and that's because there is a massive amount of food that is lying on the ground uneaten. We have seen countless carcasses, countless piles of vultures, as I've mentioned before, all over the place here, eating carcasses that have either just dropped dead from boredom or perhaps from starvation, perhaps disease, perhaps fighting, perhaps they've stepped in a hole during the migration and broken a leg and eventually died. Whatever the case may be, lots of stuff has died of natural causes out here, which means for a scavenging male lion unable to hunt and maintain a territory of his own, well, there's still plenty for him to eat, And so I think it's quite an interesting difference. And I suspect you'll find that a male lion might last into retirement here longer than another one. And I also suspect that lions in a coalition or lions in a territory could potentially come back and take their territory back over. Scarface, though, if what we've heard is true, and that he's been ousted by these three, well, then he's not going to be able to take it back from them. They're in pretty good condition. He's not going to fight off three males on his own, I don't think. But let's see, and hopefully we'll be able to come back here and unpack this amazing situation as it unfolds. And it's just such a great joy to be seeing it new and seeing it fresh and learning it together with you. Joanne, you're wondering about this sort of horrible thing that happens with lions, this thing called infanticide, and why, if the females defend their youngsters against the males. And Joanne, the answer is sort of. They defend them by taking them away, by trying to keep them away from the males. But when push comes to shove, when physical contact is made, they might try a little bit to keep the males away, but normally I'm afraid what happens is that the males are basically granted access to the cubs, because there's no possible way that the females are big enough to hold the males off, and if they try and fight with the males, they're often killed. And that, of course, it defeats the purpose of being a mother. It's no good in dying in the defense of your cubs, who will die anyway without you, and you then can't propagate your genes by having more cubs afterwards. So that's why it seems slightly callous sometimes, because we know, of course, human mothers, almost to a woman, will defend their children with their lives, and it's not so out here, interestingly, which I think is quite interesting. And we know, while these lions are still asleep, aren't they, Chandra? I can't see them behind me.
Yeah.
They haven't moved off and started hunting something frantically while we've been talking, have they? Not. Okay.
Ooh, heads up.
Oh, we've got a head up, everybody. That's a young male, little mohawk starting to develop. Oh, it's a bit like Chandre's beard. Now, just quickly before we go to Jamie, I don't think she's got anything particular to tell you, so I'm sure whatever it is she'll keep in her mind. There was lots of discussion. Remember when the Birminghams came in about Junior, the youngster of the Nkahuma Pride, and whether or not the lionesses that died when the Birminghams came in died protecting him, trying to keep him away from those male lions. I personally don't believe that to be the case at all. I think that male lions coming into territories often kill females, and I'm not sure that that's what happened at all. So that's interesting and a nice debating point while we wait for these lions to get up and do something. Let's head across to Jamie, get an update from her, and I will probably be right here when you see me next.
And in the pitch blackness, We've just come across a very sleepy herd of impala. On a day like today, when there's not too much, or at least an evening like this evening, when there's not too much wind, this is what these animals get up to. They tend to move to the more open areas where they can spot a threat before it can sneak up on them, something like a lion or a leopard perhaps. They don't need to shelter from the wind or from the rain. It's a dry, very, very still evening. And so they spend their evenings clustered together, taking it in turns to doze, because it doesn't really pay if you're an animal like an impala. That's on pretty much everyone's menu. I mean, in terms of the predators. They're not on an elephant's menu, for example. But it doesn't pay to fall into a deep sleep if you have to be constantly alert and aware of the risk of something wandering through. So whilst they are day-active animals, that doesn't mean that they sleep the night away. They spend most of it somewhat alert. Oh, she got a little bit of a startle there. Keeping an eye out for predators. Luckily, that's where being in a herd has its advantages. Let's go over to Taylor, see what she's got.
I'm trying to get a view for all of you, but we did very briefly have a white-tailed mongoose. But unfortunately, the mongoose does not want to be seen this evening and has now disappeared. Where did you go? And it's gone, unfortunately. Can you see it? No. Ah, it disappeared. Oh well, hopefully we'll get another one. Let me change spotlights again. I've got two. Sometimes the whiter light works quite nicely on the nocturnal creatures, especially if they're far away. But maybe we'll get another one. We'll check the big open plains where they love. We'll maybe check quarantine, because remember, not last night, but our first marathon safari, we had a very quick visual of a white-tailed mongoose, and they are territorial, so that actually wouldn't be a bad spot to have a look, and possibly we'll see it looking for something to eat. Hang on, what is in the tree? Were you probably just a spider's nest, or are you an owl? Nope. Big spider's nests, everybody, that I'm looking at. Yeah, I thought that was an owl, but it's not. It's a community spider nest. Right, let's carry on. Oh, I've got to dim my lights, everybody. I've got some impala up ahead. Turn these off. It's going to be a little bit dark. We're just going to try and sneak through here without the impala bothering the impala too much. And maybe we see another white-tailed mongoose in the area. They are monogamous, so they do mate for life. And the male and the female will mark and defend a territory together. We only saw one. But let's see. Right, sorry impala. We're just going to sneak past some impala. And try not to run over a scrub hare in the process. Don't worry, scrub hare panics when it sees the light. Okay, we are in the clear. All the lights can go back on now. And I was also looking for a chameleon, but we haven't had any luck with the chameleons tonight. Possibly as the days warm up, they are going to get more active. Well, that's what I'm hoping. Right. Should we go very quickly check quarantine, seeing as we're not too far away? Let's do that. Let's start by doing that. We're just going through Philemon's dip at the moment. And seeing as I thought that spider web was an owl, and it wasn't, and Scott wants to know if owls are the most common nocturnal bird in the Sabi Sands. And surprisingly, the answer to that is no. The most common nocturnal bird that I've seen are the nightjars. We get a variety of species of nightjar. We predominantly are seeing, though, the fiery-necked as well as the square-tailed Mozambican nightjar. And occasionally we see owls. It's quite sad that we don't see them as often as we'd like. But I'm also going to check this open area, Scott, because the other evening, quite late, I could hear a scops owl calling. And I did also see one also in the middle of quarantine open area, actually right where we saw the white-tailed mongoose before it disappeared and the owl flew off at the same time. So possibly we will see that little Scops owl too. But another... Oh wait, we've got little eyes here. Who have we got? Please don't be a Komondeke, please don't be a Steenbok, and you are a Steenbok. Right, we're not going to shine on that thing. But I'm hoping that we do find... Oh, we've got another solifuge, everybody. Hang on, let me see if I can get this for us. There it is. I'm going to have to park like... Hang on. How I'm going to do this? I have to go to pull off the road just a little bit, everyone. Okay, can you see the solifuge? There it is. We are having lots of luck out on the hunt. This is a big one, much bigger than the one that we saw earlier. My goodness, you're too quick for me. There we go, sit still. And we actually very quickly also saw a solifuge go down into a termite mound, which was quite hysterical. I was hoping we were going to see it running in retreat, but I think it got lucky and was munching away. Look, they're digging, trying to find something. What have we got there? Unusual, because I can't see any active termite mounds, so I wonder what it's looking for. Look, it's very busy there. No, nothing. Look how they run. Look how they lift their pedipalps up. Those almost like they look like their two front legs. Keep them off the ground. And those are sensory organs. So they've got tiny little hairs on them. And that allows them to feel the vibrations of any insects that are moving around. Wow, really on the move. Come on, catch something for us. We need to see a hunt this evening. Maybe, or I've just given Solly the solifuge that name to all the solifuges. Maybe this could be Sally or Selena. I don't know any other names that start. Samantha, Sean. Hey, Scott, we could name this solifuge after you. Scott the solifuge. It's very excited by something around here. Maybe there are some termites that are just below the surface and it's trying to dig them out. What are you looking for? I can actually hear the Scops owls calling in the distance, everybody, and it sounds like it's on quarantined open area. So we might get a slim chance of seeing... I can't keep up with it. You're very busy, and I don't want to squash you. I'm going to go forward a little bit, everybody. I don't want to run it over. Oh, it's here now. Hello, Scott at the solifuge. You are too close. Go over there so we can find you again. He's running in the opposite direction. Little backlighting. You can see, look at its shadows. Creepy little things. Now, I know there's a lot of myths behind... Sorry, I'm just catching some insects and removing them. Where'd you go? No, Solly's coming. It's so hard to get it though, everybody. I don't know if we can reach it. Right. Hang on. Solly's come up. Where's the key? So, I know there are myths about solifuges, about how they go into reverse, Wendy, about how they can jump up and disembowel camels and ridiculous things like that. Where have you gone, Solly? Oh, Scott, where did you go? We know you're not going to sit still for long, so you're going to have to come out. Where did you go? Where did you go? And they do not chase after people either. That's also a myth. Right, everybody, we have lost our solifuge, and I think we're going to go over to James, who's got a spotted creature.
We've got a hyena, everybody. It's come right around the lions. There, the lion's lifted its head. Can we see the hyena, anybody?
It should be at 12.
12 o'clock? Is that 12 o'clock, John Dree?
Yeah, 12 o'clock.
There's the hyena. Let's follow it. Let's see where it's going. Maybe it will go and catch a toby while the lions rest. We will come back to the lions. We don't want to stay too far away from them. Hyena looks a little bit nervous. I can't see anything. Ah, there we are. Going at 1 o'clock. 1:30, 1:30. 12 o'clock. It's just in front of us. And the topi, I think, are not too far beyond that. Somewhere in there. There it is. You see it there, everybody? I thought we were getting rather close to it until I realised Jean-Andre was doing his zoom thing. The spotted hyena traversing the plains of the Mara Triangle. Oh gosh, I've just dropped a whole lot of things. It's so deeply irritating. Anyway, we're okay. Oh, am I heading the right way, Jandri? 12 o'clock now. What is it doing here? I don't know. I think it's just out foraging. Looks like a male. The males do a lot of foraging on their own. The ladies not so much. They go out, probably do a bit more hunting. Although, there could well be a female. You can see so massively well fed. You see that? Huge fat belly. I tell you that if you're a hyena, this is the place you want to live. A massive amount for them to eat. I'm just going to turn a little bit of light on so that I don't drive into something and write us off entirely at this stage of the game. Through the grasses it goes. Now, the hyenas of the Mara Triangle and the Mara Serengeti ecosystem, well, they spend a lot of their time actually hunting. When, I suspect, the wildebeest are not in attendance. Don't think it's running from us. The lions are up. Where are they going, Graham? No, they're just doing a little bit of grooming. And I suspect, though, this time of the year they're doing what the male lions are doing, and that's a large amount of scavenging. Any visual on the hyena there, Jean-Andre? It's out of IR range. We're going to go a little bit quicker, and then we'll turn around and go back to the lions. What's Graham got there? 11:30. 11:30 is where the hyena is. We make a slight adjustment to the left. I cannot see anything, in case you're wondering why on earth I'm being directed by people who aren't driving. We are on an interception trajectory according to Graham. Well, that's very exciting indeed. It's 12 o'clock in front of us. We will try and get it into infrared range shortly. This has been wonderful fun. You know, we don't often spend time out in the bush at night just sitting and listening and observing and watching what the animals do. And we know, of course, that they don't always get up and kill things. But we know also, sometimes they do. Any ideas? 9 o'clock. Alright, we're gonna hit. Whoa! There it is. I can see it. Hello, Heidi. You want to know the differences between the Mara clan hyenas and those that occur at Djuma? Well, the main difference, of course, is that there are clans here in the Mara. At the moment, our Djuma clan has been very unkind, and they've headed off into the Manileti, which is not very nice of them. Anyway, but otherwise, essentially the same things apply. There's a matriarchal society where there's a very strict hierarchy maintained amongst the females and the males, but the difference is here they are much larger. 40 or 50 hyenas in one clan. There were about, well, almost 30 or 40 hyenas yesterday at the lion kill that we watched, and that would be very unusual at Djuma, except it has happened on Arathusa. We know that 30 hyenas have been seen at a kill that I forget which pride it was, I think it was the Nkahumas made. We've seen that many hyenas there. So, in some parts of the Sabi Sand they will be as big as they are here, but in general here I think you'll find the territories are larger and the clans are bigger, and that's because there's more to eat, and of course because the environment is that much more open, and I think that tends to make the territories that much larger. Any update on the lions, Graham? Okay, we're going to go back towards the lions, which I think are off in this direction. And unless I'm much mistaken, it is of course almost impossible to tell what's going on here. Brendan Morgan, you say, would lions ever hunt hyenas if they were desperate for food? Yes, I believe that they probably would. I'm just putting on some white light so that we can see what's going on here. No, sorry, I'm talking rubbish. I don't think they would. Would they kill a hyena? Yes. Have I seen lions eating hyenas? No. I have seen them rejecting hyenas a few times. So I don't think that they'd ever hunt a hyena to eat it. The biggest predator-eating predator, I suppose if you like, is the leopard. They like to eat dogs. Sometimes they like to eat jackals. They eat civets. They eat African wildcats. They eat other leopards sometimes. But the rest of the predators are fairly reticent about it. I believe you'd probably find that a lion would eat another lion. I've definitely seen that before, and I think you'd find a hyena eating a lion. Any ideas, chaps? Thermal update? The thermal is broken. That is not good news. In fact, it is very bad news. Now, these lions, I thought, were round about where we are now. It's quite something to lose completely flat cats. Yeah, as you say, Rebecca, that's a little bit awkward. It is a little bit awkward. I think they may have actually got up. Got them. Thermal is back. I'm just going to scan around here. There we go. 12 o'clock. I'm going in the right direction. 11 o'clock. Hello, Dark Tranquility. You say, have I seen wild dogs here? I have not, Dark Tranquility. And I believe that they are not thick on the ground in this particular region. So, no, I haven't. I actually haven't even heard of anybody seeing them. I'm going to ask Joshua sitting next to me, do you see wild dogs here? Sometimes. Never. No, they're apparently not seen here. They're on the species list, but I mean, I guess they must be extremely uncommon. Graham, what distance are these animals from us? They seem to be mobile, everybody. Let's keep going. Of course, the view on the thermal we're getting closer. Well, that's good. That's a relief. Are they moving? We seem to be getting closer, Graham says, despite the fact that we're driving at 3 kilometers an hour. So they probably are not moving. Dead ahead. Fast asleep. Hello, Miss Lynn. Well, you ask a very great question as we're driving along here. You say, do I miss driving through the monkey orange bushes? The answer, Miss Lynn, is a resounding negative. Look at this. It's like driving across a golf course just about, compared with scraping through the strychnos. No, it's very pleasant to be here. The lions, everybody, have not twitched a muscle. I can see them. Thank you. All 6 of them. I'm not even going to bother to turn off the white light because they're not in the slightest bit disturbed by us. Well, that was an adventure, wasn't it, everybody? Phew! Graham, we almost lost sleeping lions.
Did you remember to get a GPS coordinate of this position?
I did not remember to get a GPS coordinate of this position. I should chastise myself severely for my, well, intransigence. That's not a word I use often on Safari Live. Intransigence. The topies, Graham says, are massing now for a counter-attack. This is going to be quite something. I'm not sure what that means. Oh, there they are. There are the topies, everybody. There are the flat cats. What the topi are doing is anyone's guess. What we do know, however, is that the lions, well, they're sleeping, aren't they? No, we're going to keep going here. What are we looking at now? There are the lions. Okay, there are the lions too. And in the background, a spot. Look at that. Gendre, there's a spot there. Is it coming closer? Is it not? Is it living? Is it warm elephant dung? Who knows? All shall be revealed. Stick with us, everybody. This is our first lion hunting live experiment in the Mara. First night, lions did nothing. Second night, lions killed a baby zebra just after they got mobile. Well, we want to find out, everyone, if that is a piece of warm elephant dung or potential prey for these lions. Let's head across to Jamie Patterson for an update from South Africa.
I'm just having a good chuckle at James staring at some kind of image with his thermal imaging and trying to figure out if it's a piece of elephant dung or something else. I find that highly amusing. One thing I have learned doing these night drives is that there are a lot of scrub hares on Djuma. Lots and lots of scrub hares. I'm not sure where everything else is hiding, but I've seen more scrub hares than I've been able to keep track of. I've seen at least 30 while I've been driving along. I've pretty much driven every single road on Djuma. Nice good news is that we heard, both Taylor and myself from opposite ends of Djuma, heard the lions roaring. And that's good news. They were still north of our boundary from what we could hear, but that's good news. There's a chance that they might be up and moving. And because the Nkuhumas don't seem to spend much time away from Djuma, hopefully that means they're going to be moving south back onto our traverse area. But for now, we're just trundling along. I've been singing to myself quietly, probably driving poor old Zander mad, because I've got a microphone and he's got earphones on, so he's probably having to listen to what I think is under my breath singing. Poor chap. Should we try some thermal imaging here? Is this little steenbokkie going to run away? It's hidden away. No switching. Okay. In that case, we'll leave our poor steenbokkie because I'm not going to shine the spotlight on him. And we'll carry on. Let's go search for chameleons, porcupines, honey badgers, and dare I say an aardvark. I dare say it. I don't know whether it's going to happen, but I'm still hopeful. Come on, aardvark. You have to be ready to go, Zander. Look, it's another scrub hare. What a surprise. Bouncing off into the distance. There he goes. Going about its evening activities. Well, as I said, that's now 31. Maybe. Not an official tally. probably around 31. Guess that makes sense. The females can have several litters of little leverets, baby hares, in 1 year. And obviously the little babies are born very, what's known as a precocial. So very highly developed young that are able to hop after their parents almost immediately, and that develop and reach sexual maturity very rapidly. Like bunnies. Well, not quite like bunnies, because that of course is one of the big differences between scrub hares and rabbits, or any hares and rabbits, is the fact that the young are born precocial in hares and altricial in rabbits, underdeveloped in rabbits. All part of the Lagomorph family. They are not rodents, as was once commonly believed. They're not rodents, they're completely separate in their own little family group. Okie dokie, let us see what we can find. Even the insects have moved off the roads now. I don't know why that is. I don't know why there's such a change from the start of the evening to this point. Okay. Let's see if we can't find chameleons as well. Sorry, itchy cough. Something just bit me. There's a millipede. Lots more of them about. I think our regular viewers know that millipedes are one of my favorite of the arthropods to have a chance to see. I just love the way they move with their legs in waves. What if it's eating that bulb? That's interesting. Looks like it is. Or if it's eating the coating on the outside. Now those are dug up by elephants, I would say, most likely. I'm very curious. Alright, well it seems as though James's lions have woken up. Let's go and have a look at their frivolity.
The lions are up, everybody. We are live. Thank you, Mr. Wallington. The lions, we spotted some bogies, as Graham called them, in the background. The lions got up to see if they could find what those bogies were. And now they are kind of in hunting mode, actually. This is starting to look promising until one of them sat down. Well, let's see what happens. No, don't sit down. Don't you dare sit down. Oh, stalking sister or brother. Here we go. Going to burst out of the left-hand side of your screen. Ooh. That's quite sweet. Isn't that lovely? Just like the ninkapumas when they're on a misty morning, trying to get a bit warmer. So it is with the Kitwatembo pride. So cool. There's two females having a little bit of a play. That's very cool. Adults. Even adults get to have fun. Graham's got another bogey. Where's it, Graham?
Right here. Very fucking just before window. I don't know when he's done anything.
You think? Everybody, we've got a piece of lion dung, warm and steaming. Look at that. Well done. Excellent television this is. Let's keep going. Where are the lions? Is there over there is not helpful? Number 10 o'clock. There they are. I can see them just in the distance there, chasing each other instead of a topi. Bogies at 2:30. Now they're in the hunt. Look at the body language. It's changed there. Hello, David Ryan. You say there seems to be more action in the Mara during the day than during the night. In this particular spot, perhaps, David, but no. I mean, all around us there are the herds of animals, and we could have been going to look for them, like I say. We could have been going to look for other lions on the hunt, or perhaps hyenas, but it's difficult to find them. There's no one else around at night, and so that's why we've made the choice to stay with these lions as they go on the hunt. You're coming along with us on a learning journey. We're learning how to watch these things in the night time. We're learning how to follow them hunting without affecting them with this infrared, with the thermal camera, and I just think it's tremendous fun. Oh, big hole. Let's hope we don't disappear into it. Don't want to bury the car just yet. There we go. Body language has changed slightly, I think. Graham, any word on the bogies? By bogies he means unidentified thermal objects, of course. Could be topi. Still at 230, but they do seem to be about a pixel wide each, which means they're most of the way to the southern plains of Serengeti, but the lions are heading in their direction. I'm being facetious, of course, I'm exaggerating. They're nowhere near the Serengeti. They're not too far from us here. Just ease along with them. Now we're excited. Lions on the hunt. Something going on here, everybody. There's lots of playing going on. I'm just going to switch off, let them listen for a while. There. See how she froze there? Those are the other lions in front and the bogies in front of them. This is very cool. 3 of them now. Great. At least, Chandra, go to the one on the left. What's it doing? Look, they're fanning. Or it's coming back to play with its mate. No, they're fanning out here. This be hunting behavior. Young male hanging back, because like most teenage males, he's unable to do anything useful. I was certainly one of those. So he's hanging around, waiting to see what happens. This is fantastic. Now this lioness is heading off to the left. Let's quickly swing to the right and see if we can see the others. There we go. Fanning out to the right. Where's the other one? We've got 5 here. Graham, any idea where the 6th is?
Behind us, coming up on the right.
Behind us, coming up on the right. That's, could well be the other male.
This cat is looking at that herd of turkey there. This one is looking at that herd of turkey over there.
And there seem to be a number of herds of topi. They've been identified as. How Graham has managed to identify those things as topi, I don't know. But he wasn't wrong last time. We're going to give it to him this time. Look at them. They are fanning out. Just going into stalk mode now. See the head dropping. The shoulders opening. And the inevitable snooze before actually hunting. Yeah, topi are coming towards us. Chandra, we need to go back infrared, I'm afraid, onto those lions so that we can see exactly what they're doing. Okay, we're going to go to Jamie now. She's got a white-tailed mongoose. We'll see what happens with this hunt.
Hunting just behind this termite mound. Really, oh, there he goes. Oh, perfect. Awesome. The largest of our mongoose species that you will get a chance to see, at least. Might maybe see a water mongoose, which is pretty much the same size. But how cool is this? And look how relaxed it is. No, wait, don't go. I'm hoping he might actually pop back out. Just hold on one moment before we go, in case we scare it. It's like a pendulum. Okay, let's try reposition. It seems to be quite relaxed. Definitely one of the coolest creatures. Oh, I love these nocturnal drives. All the things we hardly ever get to see. Please be here, please be here. There we go. Look at him foraging about, looking for various insect species to catch. They're all here, Mongoose. They're in the car. They're in Rusty. You can come collect them off Zander. The solitary, except when mating or when it is a female with babies, they're completely unlike our dwarf mongoose that we see during the day. They fall under the Herpestidae family. All very similar or closely related to the Viveridae family and the Mustelidae, like the civet that we saw. Sorry, that's a viverid. Civet is a viverid. They all have relatively similar, and it's a weird thing that links them, relatively similar anal glands. And they paste along as they go forward in their little territories on blades of grass and trees. How awesome is this? I don't think I've ever had a white-tailed mongoose sighting that's lasted this long. Oopsie! Did you get a blade of grass in the tummy? This is awesome. I'm keeping the spotlight just off it. It is a nocturnal animal, so it's okay to spotlight. But I'm keeping it just away from it, so it provides a little bit of ambient light, but we've got the infrared to do most of the work for us. And in that way, we can watch it hunt. You can see where it gets its name. It's a very imaginative name, white-tailed mongoose. The most obvious part of it is that massive white tail. I'd love to know the history behind that evolution and why it has that white tail. I suppose it makes sense for a nocturnal creature to have something that stands out so that it can communicate with other mongoose. I think it's going to come back. Oh, no, it's not. Amazing! Look how relaxed it is. It's the fun thing about... Whoopsie, I nearly drove into a tree. I got so overexcited. The wonderful thing about these nighttime drives is a lot of these nocturnal animals are very, very skittish during the day if they are out. But at night, he stopped there. Here we go. At night, with a spotlight, they often relax completely. There's the same thing with skittish leopards, which we don't see all that often. But, for example, like the one that we had on our live safaris not too long ago, called Djuma, and he's called the one who runs because he runs away from vehicles. But at night, with a spotlight, tends to be a lot more relaxed. I think it's because they know that they are much, or they are at least much more comfortable at night. Such fantastic colouring. You can really see the stark contrast between the dark legs. What do we get? Snuffling about. Oh, got something. Goes down a couple of crunches. But you can really see the contrast on the legs. The dark legs against a slightly lighter coloured body. This is the longest I've ever sat with a white-tailed mongoose. Like its dwarf mongoose cousins, a fierce insect eater and predator. That's what it's mainly after. It will also catch things like frogs and possibly even small snakes. And David, you want to know if this is a male or a female. I have absolutely no idea. It's next to impossible to tell at this sort of distance and angle. The only way we could tell is if another white-tailed mongoose perhaps joined in. Although even then, they have been known to forage together relatively peacefully in certain areas. So you could even see a couple of them together with a little bit of space in between them. So unless I go and lift up Mr. or Mrs. Mongoose's tail and have a look, it will be very, very difficult to tell. The only way you could maybe tell is if you happen to come across one with babies. And then, of course, you would know that it is a female, since the males don't play a role, unlike their dwarf mongoose cousins, where the whole family gets together in helping to raise the little ones. White-tailed mongoose are solitary, and their females raise the young on their own. Very cool. Let's go across to James. His lions are on the move.
Right, everybody, we've got a real hunt going on here. It's the same lioness. Now, this is how we want to tell the story, of course, of these lionesses and the two young males. This is the lead huntress. She's done this 3 times today, once after Thompson's gazelle, but then she chased those topi, and now she's after topi again. On her own, that's Gendre. Just next to Gendre are the topi. That's them there. They have no idea she's there. The rest of the pride is behind us. And she's just outside of infrared range at this stage. See, she's now stalking. I'm going to move slightly forward. I can't see exactly where she is. She's at 10 o'clock, so we're just going to keep sneaking forward. There she is. You can just see at the edge of the infrared range there. And what we don't want to do is disturb her hunt, so I know this isn't the best picture in the world. Like I say, a lioness on her own often is successful as prides of lions at catching things. She's tried 3 times. She's definitely hungry. She is going to make an attempt here. Don't know where the rest of them are. Lost her in the IR there. Graham, where is she? Just trying to find her. We got her there. Where is she, Graham? 10 o'clock still. So the camera is looking in her direction exactly. We're just a little bit behind her. Okay, I'm going to stop here. We're very close to the topi apparently. They're not within the range of the infrared just yet. So those are the topi you were looking at there. Gendre is just panning around. Oh, it's not Gendre, it's Graham panning around. Other lions nowhere to be seen. There, that's them behind us. They are moving along, but they're quite a long way behind. I'm just going to move quickly. Sorry about that jiggly picture. There she is. And the topi are? The topi are just in front of us. We're going to stay. There they are. I'm going to sneak very slightly forward, Graham. Gendre, can we have full infrared in front, just so as soon as we get vague flicker of the topi eyes. Are we in full zoom there? Okay, as soon as we get a little flicker of their eyes in the infrared, I'll stop. She's not chasing yet, I don't think. Graham, if you were to give an estimate of how close you think those topi are, what would you say? They're at 12:30. There they are. Well done, Gendre. Gendre says it's a bit dark. Yes, it is a bit dark, but there's a lion hunting them. Oh, where's the lioness? She's moving in from the side. We can't see her yet in the infrared. There she is. That's just her. That's a little speck of light there. She's moving quickly. I'm going to move her slightly forward.
The topi are going away from us. They're running.
Apparently they're running at the moment, the topi. I think they have smelt her. What are those two things there? Hang on. They don't look to be running. They're just going back to try and find the lioness. There she's still coming for them. She's still stalking them. So she's just out of the range of our infrared. Gee, this thermal camera is amazing, isn't it? Can you imagine trying to do this without the thermal camera? It'd be almost impossible. One of them's looking that way, but I don't think that they're not moving away with huge enthusiasm. They haven't turned towards us, have they? Just excuse the jiggly picture, everyone. It's because poor old Jean can't actually, he's not operating it, and so we have to film the monitor, if you like. They're moving. What are those? Those are topi moving towards the lioness. There she is. Here we go. Look, she's crouching. You can just see her body language change, even on those 3 pixels that are making up the lioness. She's crouching there. Some more topi. They're not the same topi, though. There are 2 others coming this way. They've got no idea there's a lioness. There they are. They're just not both in range yet. Okay, what I'm doing, everyone, we're going to wait here and see what happens. The topi are walking straight towards her. They're walking straight towards her. There. She's going. She's going. No, she's not. What is she doing? I think those topi are messing around. They've stopped moving. They think something's up. They're probably about 100 meters in front of us, 300 feet or so. It's out the range of the IR, maybe a little bit more than that. She's going. Jean-Andre, I think we must lift up. Any idea, Graham? Hold on, everyone. This is so exciting. Can't see anything in front of us just yet. Any idea on the thermal? Where are we going? 3 o'clock. So they're staying straight now, everyone. I know you can't hear exactly what's going on. She's given up. She's given up. I think she's going back towards, there she is. You can see her now. She's hungry, this lioness, guys. She's hungry. And she's given up because the rest of her pride is absolutely useless. Alright, let's head back to Jamie. She's still got the white-tailed mongoose. Let's find out if it's managed to be slightly more effective than the lions of the Mara Triangle.
Can you believe we're still sitting with this white-tailed mongoose? It's the most relaxed white-tailed mongoose in the world. In fact, it even lay down at one point and had a little bit of a snooze, and it looks as though it's thinking about, there you go, doing it again. Well, that was such a big sigh, mongoose. You look as though you have the weight of the world on your shoulders. What's the matter? I actually thought it had settled down there because it found something on the ground. It was sniffing all around that patch. Now, it might have just been an interesting smell that it decided to lie down in, but it could also be that it's playing a patience game with something underneath the ground, perhaps a scorpion, just waiting for its opportunity to pounce when the moment's right. I say that, it looks perfectly relaxed to me. fact, it doesn't look as though it's going anywhere. So there you go. Right out in the open, a white-tailed mongoose snoozing in front of us. That is definitely a first for me. How incredible is that? And all live from the middle of the African bushveld, from hunting lions, I'm sure are not useless, to our white-tailed mongoose and a civet and all kinds of exciting things. It's gone flat cat. What would be the term for a flat mongoose? Now, Dinga, you wanted to know if these mongoose are related to meerkats at all. Yes, absolutely they are, so on the alert immediately. Well done for spotting the similarities. So they're all part of the same family. They're all part of the Herpestidae family. A meerkat is essentially a desert mongoose. Their behaviors are very, very similar in a lot of ways to things like our dwarf mongoose or our banded mongoose that live in groups. There's some differences, of course. One of the big things being that they are very highly adapted to living in dry conditions, whereas here in this area they're outcompeted or have been outcompeted by mongoose. And our mongoose here are basically the equivalent of meerkats. And I'm sure if we could, not that I don't think it would be possible, but if we could follow a white-tailed mongoose for a night or many nights in a row, I'm sure we'd learn all kinds of fascinating things about them. Now, unlike the dwarf mongoose and the banded mongoose, which are diurnal animals, I'm sure that these white-tailed would also habituate as quickly as the others do, but I don't think they have the same level of research that's been done into them, and the way in which they interact with each other and the way that they behave. Please, little fruit chafer, could you stop crawling up my thigh? That would be wonderful, thank you. I really can't believe this. I have never sat this long with the white-tailed mongoose before. Oh, big yawn. You can see those sharp predator teeth. There you go, giving us a glimpse of its canines. Now, Ginny, you want to know if the mongoose can climb trees. And the answer is yes, to a point. They're not as good at climbing trees as something like a genet, which looks very similar. Genet kind of looks like a cat mixed with a mongoose. So they can climb relatively well, but you'll never find them up in the tops of trees or anything like that. They kind of gamble over stumps or off the base of trees, but that's about it. Exciting stuff on our last half, or at least Taylor and myself, the last half an hour of evening safari. Let's go and see what she's found.
I have got a frog. One we haven't seen, but we did hear last night. So this is... Oh, listen, listen. Can you hear it starting to sing? Listen quickly, I'm not going to talk too much. You can also hear the hyenas calling in the background, but this is a Tandy's frog, a Tandy sand frog. And we were hearing them call in great numbers. Sorry, everybody, I have something crawling up my pants, which is not a good feeling. So if I wiggle around a little bit, myself and Dave apologize. And you can see on this sand frog over here how its vocal sac is enlarged. Can you all see that? You can see it moving. Now that is what amplifies the sound, and I presume that this is a male, and there are quite a few others. You can hear them starting to call. And remember last night I was telling you about the time sharing, how they call in between each other's calls, and it's amazing. And then the females can choose who they like. Now there's also hyenas in the distance that are whooping away. And I think they're not too far from where those lions are. We are standing by waiting and hoping that the lions are going to come through, because we did hear the lions roar a while ago when we were further south, so we raced on over. But there's nothing here yet. But I'm quite happy that the hyenas are whooping in the distance. I think it's a bit far away for all of you to hear. Let's try. Let's listen. Don't think you can hear the hyenas, but you can just hear the frogs. And look how excited this frog has got now. Ooh, shouting at all the other boys, saying, I sing the best, choose me. I love how they all stop at exactly the same time too. Sorry. Oh my goodness, the bugs. The bugs. Oh my goodness, please stop. Sorry, it's biting me. It's biting me. Sorry, everyone. I had something biting my ankles.
Okay.
And I'm good. No, I'm fine. I'm a strong girl. But this is quite amazing to be able to see this. I'm super impressed that they're not too bothered by us. That they're actually carrying on. So hopefully tomorrow night the lions will be back on our property. We've checked. The only place we've got to check still, which we checked earlier in the evening, is Buffelshoek Dam, and there was nothing around. So after we see the frogs off, we are going to go back that way. We're slowly making a frog list, everybody. I hope you have been writing the names of these frogs down. So we've seen the Tandy's sand frog. And then on the first evening, oh, now I've got a mosquito flying around me. And then on the first evening, we also saw, what is it, a flatback toad. If I'm not mistaken, a flatback toad. So we've seen two, but now we often hear them and we don't see them. And I think Jamie may have had a frog or a toad this evening. But I'll have to ask her what she had a little bit later. Awesome. Well, I think let's leave these frogs then, because I think they've had enough of us watching them. While I make my way to Buffelshoek Dam, let's go back to Jamie and the very famous white-tailed mongoose.
Right, so we need a new term for, we've got flat cats, and we talk about log dogs when our wild dogs are sleepy, and flat cats when our lions are sleepy, and a huddle of hyenas and various other, we came up with quite a few. We were talking about what flat hyenas would be called, so now we need one for a flat mongoose. Morose mongoose? No, not really, although this one is particularly morose. Gave such a heavy sigh earlier. No, that's sad again. Probably not melancholy, it's probably just fine. What could it be? I'm out. I'm out of ideas. I welcome suggestions. My brain does not work past a certain hour in the evening. Or before a certain hour in the morning as well. And speaking of mornings, Dawn. What a lovely question from you, and one that I think people often think when they see our mongoose. You want to know if they can be domesticated, and like ferrets can, and the answer is yes, they can. Just bear in mind, whoopsie, sorry, spotlight slipped. Just bear in mind what I mentioned earlier about their incredible ability to anal paste things, and you can think about whether or not you'd want one as a pet. Also, speaking from experience, they have very sharp teeth, and they bite very painfully. I haven't ever experienced a domesticated or a habituated white-tailed mongoose, but I have had a banded mongoose hanging from my septum, so underneath my nose. And a friend of mine, Steph, who is a regular viewer, had the same banded mongoose, whose name was Goose, somewhat imaginatively, hanging from her eyelid. So they get quite possessive over... Oh, what is moving behind it? It's a solifuge. Well done. Zander actually pointed that out to me a while ago. but there is a solifuge moving behind that mongoose. So Dawn, they're quite aggressive. They get attached to a couple of people, one or two people. That tends to be general. The sentence is all gone wrong. That tends to be gender specific. So they might like ladies, or they might really not like men. It just depends upon their gender, the mongoose's gender. Often the females will be more attached to men and hate other women. So you can, but I wouldn't recommend it. Definitely wouldn't recommend it. Speaking from real, serious experience. Goose became one of the most terrifying creatures in my life at one point. I'd walk into a room and she would all of a sudden start hissing and start attacking me. Now they might look small, but I can tell you that it is quite terrifying. Come on, we need a name for flat mongooses. Jason! I've got one. Sorry, Jason. I'll answer your question in a second. It's a mongoose mat. Haha! It's a mongoose mat. The brain does work a little bit. And Jason wants to know if the white-tailed mongoose's den could be nearby, and that's why it's resting. Entirely possible. I would say that this is probably a regular haunt of this white-tailed mongoose. Similar to our dwarf mongoose, they will pick old termite mounds, holes in the ground, very, very similar to the abodes chosen by the dwarf mongoose. So it's possible. Where we are at the moment on Philemon's cut line, there are plenty of termite mounds and plenty of opportunity or possible den sites. I'm just taking a break from hunting, really. Just a little nap. Been very busy. Our mongoose mat needs a bit of rest. I cannot believe this. This is incredible. Obviously, maybe it had quite a big meal just before we arrived and is sleeping off a full belly, like a post-large lunch nap. Or a siesta. We know of at least one white-tailed mongoose den site that is close to Djuma Dam. I've never found any others. It'd be fascinating to know where this particular one comes from and if it's a boy or a girl. There's the solifuge or something at the back. I think it's a solifuge near the log. I think it is a solifuge. It's interesting that the white-tailed mongoose hasn't even thought about going for it. Possibly having learned from bitter experience about the bite of a solifuge. Although I would have thought it would be more than a match for it. Perhaps it knows something we don't. Or maybe it's just really far too exhausted to think about tackling it. Oh, you got a leaf. Oh, gone. The latest in mongoose fashion. I was hoping I was going to wear it. One thing that does surprise me and that I've learned today is how open the mongoose, the fact that the mongoose is lying up in the open like this, I would have thought it would make it very vulnerable to, well, I suppose only a rose eagle owl would be big enough to grab a mongoose. He's up, looking for all the world like a little miniature fox when it sits up like that, just minus the ears. Focused again. Ah, meditating mongoose from Magnolia. And Jeffrey from Texas had a similar idea as me, melancholy mongoose. And Elena says mashed down mongoose. Mashed down mongoose. Oh dearie me. So many options to choose from. I don't know why. There we go again. There's the mashed down mongoose. One big yawn. I thought white-tailed mongoose would be busy scurrying about the whole night through. I've learned something this evening. It's the wonderful thing about being a safari guide in general, but also doing these live drives. I don't think there's ever been a day where I haven't learned something new. This evening I've learned how to get a bug out of my shirt on a regular basis, and what white-tailed mongoose do. Monique from London, you are absolutely right. They are nocturnal. I just think we might have happened upon the laziest white-tailed mongoose on the entirety of Djuma. Where does it sleep during the day? Either in the termite mound burrows, we sort of discussed that before about that being a possible den site. They might also, I guess, sleep in thick, sort of like a bushy undergrowth where it could hide away. But I think for the most part it probably adopts a very similar approach as a dwarf mongoose, except at night rather than during the day rather than at night. And that is to go underneath the ground. That would be my guess. Perhaps in crevices, rocky crevices, maybe in a couple of fallen down logs might be a possibility. I've never, and I mean, we go tracking regularly on foot, we walk regularly through the bush. I've never had a white-tailed mongoose come shooting out of the bushes next to me. It's just the wind. I heard a noise. I think we're going to wake up a lot chillier tomorrow morning than we were this afternoon. I have a feeling the cold weather is blowing in. It would explain why it was so hot today. Warm air currents being pushed ahead of a cold front. I think that's why the mongoose has got its head up. It's hearing the wind and the leaves rustle, just making sure that there's nothing stalking it or trying to sneak up upon it. Well, this is a rare treat indeed. The longest I have ever spent with a dwarf mongoose. Why do I keep calling it a dwarf mongoose? You see, that's how unusual it is. I can't even get the name of the animal right. This is the longest I have ever spent with a white-tailed mongoose before. Next is water mongoose. I have to get one of those and add it to our list. You can see much more alert now, and that's just because the wind is blowing. It's creating rustling sounds everywhere. Immediately placed our white-tailed mongoose on the alert. Come this way, little white-tailed mongoose. I have lots and lots of fruit chafers to offer you. And I'm sure Eggsy feels much the same. Ah. He's sniffing the air now. Yo, where did this wind come from? That's definitely going to put the animals out here more on edge. I think we're going to find most of the animals are going to start running away from us as soon as we get close to them. Except for this white-tailed mongoose. Oh, we're up. We're up. You see, I think he was waiting for something. And I think it just messed up its opportunity. I think it's sitting there waiting at the entrance to something like a scorpion burrow. Interesting. Ambush. Yes, that's what I think happened. I think it's been waiting and just keenly listening for the sounds of whatever happens to be there, scrabbling out. Might be a really nice idea, if I can remember where we are, to go and check this area tomorrow afternoon, if you come and join us on our extended sunset safari once again, we can come back here while it's still light and go and investigate what is there. That is, of course, if I can remember where I am. Perhaps I shall mark it. How's that? I'll mark it with my GPS points on my map. No, this is telling me I'm on Cheetah Plains. I'm definitely not on Cheetah Plains unless I've got very lost. Having a jolly good scratch. Okay. Alright, I know where I am now. We'll be able to find it tomorrow. Now it's digging. I think that was the answer to why our mongoose was flat mongoose. Mongoose mat. Mashed down mongoose. Melancholy mongoose. Now meandering mongoose. Missioning mongoose now. And now missing mongoose. No, not so missing. Mysterious mongoose. Joan says that it should be called the Good Night Tail Mongoose. I love it. Good night, Mr. Mongoose. Or Mrs. Mongoose. Whatever you were. Thank you for an awesome sighting. On that wonderful note, it is time for me to say a farewell, and since I'm clearly bordering on the slight insanity level at this point, perhaps that is just for the best. So, a big thank you to Zander for his fantastic camera work, as well as to our dedicated ladies in Final Control and our tech team, and most importantly, a big thank you to all of you. We'll catch up with you tomorrow on the Sunset Safari, but for now, have a wonderful day or evening or whatever it happens to be wherever you are, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Right, everybody, we have just got some elephants just to our left, and we don't want to disturb them too much. We'd actually like to try and go past them. Are we going to infrared? Are we not?
If we can.
I'd love to go to infrared. And just, is everybody ready for us? Now I am the green goblin, everybody. Now what we're going to do is we're going to try and pass these elephants. Best to do it when you have no lights on, because they don't particularly enjoy the lights, and hopefully they'll be a bit more forgiving. And I've got to try and navigate through. Oh my goodness, it's so dark. You can see there's one. I can't see where I'm going. I'm going to have to do this on the side. Hello, elephant. But how cool is that? We're going to listen to the elephants, everybody. You can see it there. You can see that they've also been for a swim. Can you see how much darker their feet are compared to the rest of their body? They will obviously went for a nice drink in a muddy section of water. Now everyone, this light is not bothering them at all. Normally the reaction you'd get if this was a spotlight, they would be very unhappy. There'd probably be lots of head shaking and ear flapping and possibly even trumpeting. But now they're not doing any of this because of this wonderful infrared light that we have all over the vehicles. Pretty amazing how far technology has come and how we're able to do that. Now, Susan, I know you're wondering if the elephants are dangerous because of the infrared camera. No, they're not. I actually feel a lot more comfortable now knowing that I'm sitting in complete darkness and the elephants know I'm here and I'm not disturbing them in any way. They can't see the infrared light, so they're just carrying on like normal, like you can see this elephant doing over here. She's not bothered by us at all. which was fantastic. Still eating, which is good. And I do agree with Jamie as well. The wind has definitely picked up, and it's come out of nowhere. It's been a beautiful, placid day. Really hot. It's cooling down quite nicely. So I'm sure all the animals are happy with that. Beautiful. But unfortunately, everybody, it's getting to that hour where I'm going to have to start saying goodbye to all of you. It has been an absolute wonderful day. I think I'm going to stay in green this evening. I'm the goblin. And I hope you've all enjoyed the show. And I must say a special thank you to all the lovely ladies in Final Control this evening. It's been great having you whisper in my ear. And for all the wonderful questions that all the viewers have asked. So thank you so much for that. It's great to hear some of these questions coming through. Now, I'm going to try and sneak past these elephants. And remember, we've got another safari marathon tomorrow. So from myself and from Dave, we hope you have a wonderful evening.
We're still here. The topi remain unmolested by these lions. And, well, we don't know really what's going to happen. She, the lioness you're looking at now, seems to be particularly keen on the hunting thing. The rest of them, well, they're sort of more useless than a... well, I'm not sure how to describe how useless they are, but they're not particularly useful. They haven't made one attempt to help her go off and hunt. They've sat back and done nothing. We've lost 2 of the cats now, and we're just looking at the one. 3 of them are behind her, but we're not really sure. She's definitely after something, and we think she probably will kill at some stage tonight. When that will be is anyone's guess, but there's so much out here, you know. I mean, there are gazelles and wildebeest and zebra and all those wonderful things, but why she's chosen to hunt here, I can't imagine. She seems to have been doing some strange things, like moving quite a lot with the wind, although that is what they did yesterday evening when they caught that zebra, so I'm not sure why she's done that. But no one really knows. There were vast herds of wildebeest that came back into the Mara Triangle today and yesterday as a result of those rains. So, I mean, compared with yesterday, even though yesterday there was a huge amount of food around, today there is, well, probably 10 times the amount, and they've come straight away from it almost, which is very strange, slightly frustrating, and it's only frustrating because it's so completely unpredictable. And that's the thing about these natural systems, is that we just don't really know often. There are so many variables in play here. How is she hunting? Is she using the wind? Or in what way is she using the wind? Does the temperature make a difference? Does the fact that the rest of the lions aren't so hungry make a difference? What other variables are there? Is it getting, is the moisture in the grass perhaps dulling the smell of the other animals, of those wildebeest? Has the calling of those other lions perhaps deterred them and pushed them further north? Maybe they're still trying to avoid those males, and the calling of the males has driven them further north. We haven't heard those males calling today. Once, very distantly, could have been Scarface calling, but there are these hundreds and hundreds of variables that we just don't really understand at the moment. Anyway, it's still rather fascinating to be out here. The smells, of course, of being in the bush out in the night are tremendous indeed, and the odd frog calling in the background, and some insects yelling here and there, well, that's very pleasant as well. And way in the distance I can hear the rapids going over the rocks of the Mara River. That dark brown river that's been flowing in its endless sort of winding oxbow lakes for goodness knows how long, over which those wildebeest have been eaten by the crocodiles for, again, goodness knows how long. As I've been saying while we've been here, the sense of ancientness here, is that a word, ancientness? I'm not sure that ancientness is a word. Anyway, the sense of ancientness of this landscape is just profound, and it really has had a very deep effect on me. Every time there's a little breeze blowing, it's coming from the sort of left and behind the screen now. You see she turns her head into it. So she's definitely trying to smell something. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm just going to try and get my bearings now. Oh, I'm completely lost now, I haven't. There is... Yep, no, I'm completely lost. I don't know where I am. I just have to take out a compass. Ram says he can see Angama up on the hill there. Yes, I think that looks about right. So we're probably facing in a sort of southerly direction now. And so the wind is coming from the southeast, which it hasn't before. Let me go check out. If I don't agree with Graham, I can check on the compass here. He's right, unfortunately, but he can't hear me whispering, so I won't say anything. I'll just say that I knew it was Angama where we're staying. So, the wind is indeed coming out of the north, not southeast. It's coming from the north. Good. Well, I'm glad we've established that. That's relatively consistent, I suppose, for what it has been doing. You just get out of the way so you can now look at the line. There are the other two, looking relatively entertained by life. Oh gosh, I must say, I'm reminded of a story I was told once by my good friend Alex, and he used to guide down the Sabi Sand, and he had some guests that used to come through every year. And while these people were very sweet and they loved him very much and they wanted him to sort of, I mean, they didn't have kids, so they kind of adopted him as their South African child, I suppose. And they used to come out for sort of 10 days or 12 days at a time. And every time they came out, they'd say, well, let's go out all night tonight and follow a leopard the whole night. And let's see what she does. And one of the trackers, or Alex's tracker, and many of you have met him actually, his name is Renia Simhlongo. And the great Renia Simhlongo said to Alex, a leopard sleeps a lot at night. He says, I don't think you these guests want to actually go out and watch a leopard sleeping. And Alex said, no, you know, he was a young buck, he recently qualified, his new game ranger's outfit and jeep and rifle. He thought he was big stuff, he knew a lot. He said, no, let's go out. We know they're nocturnal, the books say they're nocturnal, they must be. Well, he says they went out that night, and that leopard slept for more than 10 hours of the darkness that they had there. I think she did one brief hunting foray, failed, and went to sleep for 10 hours. And this has kind of reminded me of what we're doing here. But we're learning. We're learning these lions, we're learning their methods, we're learning their special kind of interactions, and we've already got a character here, and she is the huntress in this pride. I wouldn't say from that sort of infrared picture that we're going to get to a stage where we can name her tonight, but I think tomorrow we should definitely make an effort to find which lioness she is and give her a name, because she seems to be the leader of this pride. But around her, not much in the offing. Goodness, we have a question. This is wonderful. Hello, Doug. Unfortunately, it's a question I'm unable to answer. You say, what is the leopard population in the Maasai Triangle, in the Mara Triangle? Doug? Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to say the density is probably slightly less than that of the Sabi Sand, because the habitat is obviously a lot more open. But leopard can live in open areas. They don't have to not live in open areas. But there also are massive numbers of hyenas. And leopards compete with hyenas quite a lot, and that makes it quite difficult for them. So I'm going to say, if we say in the Sabi Sands, I think that, I've forgotten exactly what the number is. I think we last counted it out, about 183 leopards all told with cubs. I'm going to say it's probably about 60% of that. So let's say they're probably, all told, all over the Mara Triangle, which is roughly the same size as the Sabi Sands. Well, it's about 10,000 hectares less. So let's call it an even 50% of the number of leopards that there are in the Sabi Sand. We did see one. He was completely unresponsive to us. All we saw was his bottom sticking out of the greenery of a tree. She's looking at something there. Any bogies on the... No, the thermal camera's gone to sleep, I'm afraid. There we go, that's Graham, just rousing himself. She's looking at something across there. She's looking at a tree.
There is something, there's a herd, but it is so far away.
There is a herd apparently many kilometers away.
But it looks big, I must admit.
There is a big herd many kilometers away.
And there's some hippos in the far distance.
And hippos in the far distance, those are the half pixels you can see there on the horizon.
And then even further away than that, I see 2 or 3 zebra, but one of them appears to have a limp of some sort.
And one zebra limping in the very far distance there. Graham was of course talking utter zebra dung. There's the one. Oh, there are lions calling now. Down to the south. Let's see if she's looking.
Yes.
These lions have been silent now for 3 nights. Completely silent. That's not surprising. They don't want to attract the attention of the males. If they kill, they're going to eat, leave the carcass and go away. They don't want to be around those males anymore. In fact, lionesses seldom want to be around the males because all they do is steal the food and create a stink about the place. So unless they're wanting to mate, they just don't hang around the lions for very long. She is listening though, and I think she's going to go off into the night at some stage to do a bit of hunting. Alternatively, she may go to sleep for the next 10 hours. I'm slightly disconcerted as to where the rest of the pride are, so we're going to do one more scan around. So let's have a scan on the thermal.
Yeah, I think I found them. There they are.
Is that all of them?
No, there's 3 there lying
3
down.
there.
In the distance are 2 more.
On the distance, 2 more. Far there. Are they doing anything?
Well, they look like they're a little bit... One of them's grown from 1 to 2 pixels. So
That's very impressive. One is now 3 pixels in extent, everybody, which means they're probably coming closer. That's called blue shift, if you like. Ooh, hang on. Ooh. You lazy blighters, well done. Well, that seemed to have been initiated by the pixels on approach. Now, that, I'm afraid, from a hunting point of view, is slightly disastrous. Lions hunting don't shout about their presence. Anyway, I think let's wait for them to reunite, and then we might decide to call it quits for the night. She's looking. She's going towards the pixels. No, she's not. She's going towards... Yes, she is. Let's follow and see what happens. A couple of lions on the right of the vehicle that we'll avoid. Not to disturb them, you know. I've had a very tough night. Doing absolutely bog awful. Here we have a meeting taking place.
Get out of IRC.
This is quite nice to see. They know where she is. She knows where they are. I wonder what they went off to do. Perhaps they went off to have a drink. The pub. That's so cool. She's got quite tattered ears. We had a little discussion a bit earlier on about the biting flies. If they lie down, we're going to can it, everyone. Go and do something. Thank you. Good idea. They're not looking skinny though, I've got to tell you.
Something out there, John.
Where?
Right out in front of them.
One's on the left
I don't think they've seen it though.
are playing.
Yeah, the one's on the left. Straight behind them.
Yes, I can see there's a bogey there.
What is it?
I don't know what it is. I can just see a pixel.
It's a giant ground gazelle.
Well, there it is. It's a bit more than a pixel at this angle.
Yeah, it is. But they don't seem to be aware of it.
No, that one did. The one... She looked at it. Definitely.
Oh, it's an alarm call from a topi.
There's an alarm call from a topi. It's seen them, and now you all have seasickness.
Oh, we're looking sorry. Sorry, I'm going to come back really quickly. Sorry, apologies.
Much seasickness, apparently from the final control.
Sorry, I wasn't aware.
Girls, you must bring bags next time. I'm going to sneak forward. There's no reason we need to be viewing them in this thermal light if we can see them in infrared. You see them, Jean-Dre? Oh, got them. You can see them. There's two things there on the screen, I think. Paul, you say, the lions roaring at night must really rattle the bones of the prey, and you wonder if they don't roar to warn them that they're coming, or to let them know they're not hunting. I don't think they do that on purpose, but I absolutely think that that serves the purpose. And when they do roar, I think, rather than chilling the bones of their prey, I think it's actually quite a relief. The prey know that there's not something coming out of the darkness towards them. They can hear the lions are calling, and they know that that's where one set of predators is, and so, well, they should probably avoid that area. So that's what I think happens when they roar, Paul. Alrighty, everybody, we're going to pack this in, I'm afraid. We'll come back out tomorrow, of course, at 3 o'clock this afternoon. 3 o'clock Central African time, 4 o'clock East African time. We are, of course, in East Africa. That's where Kenya is. And so all that remains for me to do is to say a very fine thank you to all of you for joining us for the duration of the drive. A big thank you to Jamie and Taylor and Eggsy and David in the Sabi Sand for all of their efforts this evening. Big thank you to Jean-Andre on camera today. There he is. And a big thank you to Graham on the thermal imaging seasickness device that he used today. Thank you for joining us. We will see you tomorrow at 4 o'clock this time in the afternoon. Bye-bye.